Ever since I was a kid, I've been fascinated with the ocean. My mom hated it. She used to tell me all the time, if God intended for us to know about the ocean, he wouldn't have put so many obstacles between us and the bottom of it. I thought that was a bit reductionist, but when I insisted on studying biological oceanography and ocean engineering, she was as supportive as she could possibly be. College was the best time in my life. I loved my studies. My mom and I even bonded over it as she let me tell her all about what I was learning about the ocean. Even though she didn't love the field I chose, she still pitched in for my education and encouraged me to live at home until I was done. She was my biggest supporter. 2 weeks after I graduated college, my dad died. And with his death, my mom seemed to lose all of her will to live. She tried to hold on for me, but every day I could see the light slipping from her eyes a little more. She died the day after my interview for my dream job, and to this day, I'm convinced she did that on purpose. She knew her time was coming and she waited so I wouldn't miss my interview. My friends always tell me that's a little morbid, but when I light candles for my mom, I can feel her spirit there with me and I know it's true. Anyway, I got the call with the job offer a few days after her funeral, another small blessing that I knew came from her. And despite wanting to just lay down and give up on everything, I accepted the job. I was still heartbroken about losing both of my parents within a few months of each other, but the job was everything that I had dreamed and more. After a few years, I was given the opportunity to join a team that was researching previously unexplored parts of the ocean, and I got assigned to the coolest place ever, the Bermuda Triangle. I know, we all grew up hearing stories about the Bermuda Triangle and most of them can be explained by science and weather patterns. But the stories that can't be explained by science, unfortunately, I can offer you an explanation for. Turns out my mom was right. Sometimes obstacles are there for a reason. The first few weeks of our research expedition were exciting. We had a place that we were staying in Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. But since that's still a good 640 miles from our research site, we also had a fairly nice boat that we were staying on, and the team got funds for a submarine. I won't bore you with all the scientific details of our expedition, but after about 2 months, we were granted permission to send 4 people into the Bermuda Triangle in a submarine. Our team lead decided she would select 3 people to go with her, and out of our 11-person team, we knew there would be a lot of disappointed people. She said that she would give us her decision individually to avoid the awkwardness of everyone who wasn't selected. I was a bundle of nerves for the whole week it took her to decide, but on a bright, beautiful Sunday morning, Marnie found me in my bunk and told me that I had been selected. To be honest, a part of me knew deep down that I was going to be picked. There was no way all these things would have lined up so perfectly, just for me to be left behind while somebody else went on the submarine trip. As it turns out, we would all be better off if someone else had been selected. 3 days later, we were ready to take the submarine down to the ocean floor. The people in our group were myself, Marnie, an older man named Jacob, and a guy about my age named Evan, and the 90-person crew running the submarine. We all had our hopes for what we would discover, but I think everyone was just elated to be a part of something so big. The first few days in the submarine were spent mostly getting our bearings, charting, mapping, and getting used to being so deep underwater. After that, we were able to use some pretty high-tech equipment that looked a lot like the suits that astronauts wear to actually leave the submarine. I still lay awake at night and think about what that was like. The ocean was dark and it reminded me of fog actually. The way that you can see up to a certain point before it all blurs into one meaningless color. Only instead of fog, we were in an inky darkness all the time. I could see a few feet in front of me at any given moment. The wonders of the ocean hidden behind a cold, wet, dark veil, all there for me and my team to uncover. After a couple of days of collecting samples and specimens, Jacob and I made a huge discovery. Caught between a rock and the ocean floor was a scuba suit, in a design that neither of us had ever seen before. Our suits, top-of-the-line equipment not currently available to the public, looked a lot like spacesuits. This one looked like a toddler had tried to copy what we were wearing, but lacked the ability to really do it any justice. The hands looked like mittens, almost exactly the way a small child would think to draw them. The helmet was oddly oblong and looked like a large bucket with holes cut out for the eyes and mouth. The eye and mouth holes were covered with glass, and the top of the helmet was rounded instead of flat like a bucket would be, giving it an odd misshapen appearance. The body was misshapen as well, with a barrel-like torso and uneven arms and legs. While I couldn't tell what the helmet was made from, it was clear that the body seemed to be made out of leather. The helmet and body almost seemed suctioned or glued together. There was no zipper, no buttons, no way I could see to dismantle it in order to put it on. More importantly, it was clear the suit was very old, but it showed none of the signs of damage that something like that should have after sitting at the bottom of the ocean for so long. Jacob and I glanced at each other, and then rushed toward the strange sight as if we were both thinking the same thing. We worked together to move the rock off it, then cleared the debris that had gathered around the suit, mostly fish bones and small carcasses. We did so in complete silence, but despite the lack of words, I knew that we were both beyond excited. Whatever this was, we were both on the cusp of an incredible discovery. We freed the strange-looking diver suit and carried it back to the submarine. An hour later, Jacob and I stood with the rest of the crew. Everyone hovered around the table that we had placed it on. We had debated for a while if we thought it would hold up, bringing it out of the water and into a strange atmosphere, and Marnie logically decided that we needed to resurface as quickly as possible, so we could get the suit to a temperature and moisture-controlled storage facility. She told the submarine captain, and he said that he would prepare us to resurface first thing on the following day. In the meantime, Marnie told us to work our butts off to get as much done as possible before departure. She told us that if the submarine went back down, she would probably give other people on the team the opportunity to be on the crew. That was disappointing, but I agreed that it was only fair. We put the suit in the storage room that we had reserved for samples, locked the door, and then went back to work. That night was when the first unusual thing occurred. Around 1 in the morning, I woke up to piercing shrieks and raced out of my bunk into the hallway. One of the crew members, Rodriguez I think, was kneeling on the floor, clutching his head and screaming. The captain knelt next to him, trying to talk over the sound of his screams, but all we could hear was Rodriguez repeating over and over, "The eyes, it's eyes." Nobody knew what that meant, but his fear was both palpable and contagious. The captain assured us that sometimes people struggle with being underwater for very long, and Rodriguez would get the best medical and psychiatric care possible once we got back to the surface. He insisted that we all go back to bed, and everyone complied, slinking off to our bunks like a bunch of chastised children. The first thing I did in the morning was go back to the captain and ask if Rodriguez was okay. The captain smiled in greeting and assured me that Rodriguez was a bit sick, but they were sure that he would be just fine. I thanked him, and as I was leaving, I heard him call out, "If God wanted us to explore the ocean, we would have gills." It was my mom's favorite joke. Every time I talked about the new advances in oceanic technology, she would say that to me with a smile and a pat on the arm. I turned around and stared at the captain. I said, "What was that?" He was already facing away from me and glanced back over his shoulder. Sorry, what?" I knew my face was tight, my voice reflecting my nerves. "What did you say? As I was walking away, you said something about exploring the ocean." He gave me a concerned look. "Are you okay, Dr. Williams?" I didn't say anything. I nodded, every muscle in my body feeling like a tense rubber band. Yes, I'm fine, thank you. I guess I was just lost in my thoughts. As I walked out, he muttered, "I can't have another crazy on my ship." I made my way back to the sample room, which was once again unlocked, and I joined Marnie where she stood next to the area that we had reserved just for the diving suit. Marnie had sent Evan out after Jacob and I came back to chip some pieces off the rock that had pinned the diving suit to the ocean floor, and he had also collected some bits of detritus around the area as well, like fish bones and other carcasses. I walked over and said, "Have you had a chance to crack the suit open?" Marnie smiled, knowing that I was messing around, and said, "Oh right, because I want to be the ocean version of the guy who destroyed the city of Troy." "No, but there's the craziest thing." I lifted an eyebrow and Marnie went on, "I don't think there's a body in here." I looked over at the diving suit and felt a strange pang of fear shoot through me. How did it get down there then? Marnie shrugged, unbothered. Maybe it dropped off a boat or something. We might never get an answer to that, but we can do some testing on it to see when it was made and what it's made from. I scooted away from the wetsuit, the room feeling claustrophobic now. "Have you had a chance to run any tests, or are you waiting until we resurface?" Marnie started to answer when the door opened and a sheepish-looking crew member walked in. "Doctors, I'm sorry to bother you, but I have some bad news. We aren't going to be able to resurface today after all. We're experiencing some technical issues." Marnie and I both looked at each other, mirroring the panic on each other's faces, and in her best, stern voice she said, "Define serious issues." The crew member glanced over his shoulder as if he was waiting for somebody to step in and take over for him, and then he replied, "I'll let you have that conversation with the captain. All he told me to pass along was that we're experiencing some strange weather that's interfering with the radar, and he doesn't feel safe resurfacing until it passes. He can lower us back to the ocean floor so that you can continue your research though." Marnie sighed and passed a hand over her face, looking wary. "Yeah, tell him that would be good, and please update us at your earliest convenience." She stressed the word earliest with a look on her face that always made lab assistants duck their heads and promise to do whatever she asked. The crew member was no different, and he turned to flee quickly. Before he could escape though, I said, "Wait, what about Rodriguez? Is he going to be okay?" The crew member went pale and said, We don't know. Captain Cameron says." He stopped and squared his shoulders back. "He'll be fine. We'll get back to the surface as soon as we're able, and in the meantime, he's fine in the med bay." I let him run out then and turned to Marnie, who had already turned her own attention back to the samples. Before I could ask her thoughts on what was happening, she started giving me instructions, and I ran over to help her with the tests. If we had to be stuck underwater, we might as well be productive. While the equipment that we had on the sub was good, it wasn't the equipment that we needed to safely test the material of the suit, and so we focused on analyzing the other specimens that we took from the site instead. As we worked, it felt like the suit was the third person in the room, watching and judging silently as we worked. And Jacob and Evan joined us at some point, and the four of us made up plans for how we would use our time until the sub could resurface. Marnie was mostly frustrated that we didn't have a timeline. She wanted to map out as much time as possible, but hesitated to do that if she didn't know how much time we had. And Jacob and I encouraged her to schedule our days as if we were going to be staying for the full 5 days that we would have had left, and promised to do all her top priority items first. With that settled, we went to the mess hall for dinner. When we got there, I noticed that there seemed to be fewer people than usual. Rodriguez was missing, obviously, but I also noticed one of the female crew members I had started bonding with was gone too. I grabbed my food and sat down across from someone that I had seen talking with her before. I smiled and said, "Hey, I'm Mara Williams, one of the researchers. Do you know where Claire Mason is?" The crew member, I thought his name was Reynolds, gave me a weird look, and then shook his head, stood, and left his half-eaten tray of food where it was. I watched Reynolds walk away, feeling equal parts confused and irritated. A few minutes later, Marnie walked over and grabbed my arm. In a harsh whisper, she said, "You need to come with me." I stepped out into the hallway, feeling anxiety wringing my stomach like a dish rag. Marnie didn't say anything, but we walked down the hall until we had reached the sick bay. Once we got there, Captain Cameron stepped out with a concerned look on his face. I had last spoken with him that morning, and in that time it was as if he had aged 20 years. He waited for us to step inside, and then shut the door and said in a hushed voice, "Thank you both for coming. I'm sorry to be treating this so clandestine, but I have some concerns. I think you'll understand." He took a deep breath before continuing. "We seem to be having problems with psychosis on board. We both saw what happened with Rodriguez. In the last 24 hours, we've had 2 more crew members experience the same thing. That may not sound like a lot, but when you're on a machine like this one, you need every person to be in the best health possible." I stepped aside and we saw Rodriguez, Claire, and another crew member I thought was named Anderson, all laying in their beds. They were asleep, and they looked to be peaceful. Cameron continued, "They're sedated. Every time they wake up, they start screaming again, and we want to keep this quiet from as many people as possible. I told the crew that there's a bout of mono going around and to be cautious and stay out of the sickbay. It's not a good solution, but it's what we have right now. I need you two to see if you can figure out what's actually going on." Marnie lifted an eyebrow and put one hand on her hip. "We're not equipped for that, Captain. Neither of us have a degree in medicine or psychology. Don't you have a doctor on board?" Captain Cameron gave her a look that I can only describe as pure desperation. "Our medic isn't equipped for this either, and we don't have a psychologist for this expedition because it was supposed to be a short one. Please, just do blood tests or something. Work with our medic and use any of his equipment that you need to. Figure out what's going on." Captain Cameron left and I turned to Marnie and said, "This all started the night after we found the diving suit. Do you think we brought some kind of bacteria into the ship that's making people sick?" Marnie winced. "I hope not, but maybe we did. I'll go take a sample from it to see if there's anything weird. You go finish your dinner." She started to leave and then stopped. "And Mara, don't speak a word of this to anyone. We want to keep this quiet." I sulked back to the mess hall, feeling like my trip of a lifetime was slowly blossoming into a nightmare. I finished my food and then went back to the sickbay to check in with Marnie. She wasn't there and the medic was back, but he hadn't seen her either. Concerned now, I went back to the storage room. Sitting on the floor in the corner of the room was Marnie, tears flooding her cheeks, her eyes looking hollow and glassy. I ran to her side. Marnie, are you okay? What's going on?" She didn't speak, didn't move, just sat there like a shell of a person. I ran from the room to the sickbay and told the medic what was going on, and then I went to the control room to look for the captain. When I told him what happened to Marnie and what our suspicions were, his face grew hard. He said, "Lock the room you've got that thing in and don't let anybody touch it. If one more person gets sick, I'm making you and your team get rid of it, and I'll make you bleach the entire storage room to make sure that no one else gets sick." I apologized for all the trouble, agreed to his conditions, and left to update Evan and Jacob. I know that Marnie told me not to, but with her out of commission, I needed as much support from the rest of our team as possible. When I got to the men's bunk area, Evan and Jacob were both there looking tense. They motioned me inside and we huddled together on Jacob's bed. Jacob leaned in and whispered, "About 20 minutes after you and Marnie left, we heard more screaming. Rugen this time. He was in the hallway near the storage room clutching his eyes and Jacob hesitated as if he wasn't sure how to explain it. He was begging for forgiveness. I don't know about what or to whom, but he kept saying, 'I didn't mean to, I'm sorry.' over and over. Evan took in a shaky breath and said, "We tried to help, but the person you were sitting with before Marnie grabbed you, I think his name is Reynolds. He pushed us away and told us not to say anything." My mind reeled. It seemed like something about the suit really was making people sick. Maybe Rugen had gone into the storage room for some reason. Or maybe an even worse thought. The bacteria on the suit that was causing this had migrated from the storage room somehow. An image popped into my head of invisible bacteria crawling along the floor, lit by a black light showing it moving in waves towards new victims. I looked up at my two teammates and said, "Cameron, Marnie, and I think the diving suit we found might have something to do with all of this. Like maybe there's some kind of bacteria on it that's causing all this. And with Marnie in the sickbay now too, I think we may be right." We all stared at each other for a long time before Jacob said, "Oh, this is bad." Evan and I nodded our agreement, and then Evan asked, "Well, now, what do we do? We can't get rid of the suit. Who knows what kind of discoveries we can make with it?" And he cast his face down. "And this discovery could put all of our names on the map, you know. We could be something." And Jacob put a fatherly hand on Evan's arm. "Safety's far more important, Evan. Don't sacrifice lives to have your name on a plaque in some museum." He turned back to me and said, "I think we need to put the diving suit back in the ocean, Mara. Some things weren't meant to be found." I looked back and forth between Evan and Jacob, feeling the weight of being the tiebreaker resting on me like an anchor. Finally, I made the worst mistake of my life. I said, "I think we should try to stop whatever this is before we put the diving suit back. We came all this way and I think it's what Marnie would have wanted." I could tell that Jacob wanted to argue with me more, but when I mentioned Marnie, he closed his mouth and lowered his eyes. We agreed to meet in the storage room in an hour to try and find a way to keep the suit quarantined so that nobody else would get sick. The running theory was that some kind of bacteria was causing encephalitis, a swelling in the brain that was causing hallucinations and catatonia. We didn't have the right tools on board to properly diagnose them, but it was a good place to start. The three of us split up to look for supplies that might help. Evan left to look for cleaning supplies. I went to the med bay to get masks and gloves. And Jacob simply said that he had an idea and he ran off on his own. We had agreed to meet up outside the men's quarters again, which were thankfully on the other side of the building from the storage room. A little after 9, I rejoined Jacob in the hallway. When he saw me, he sighed and said, "Oh, I knew it. I have a bad feeling." I lifted an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" He gestured around us vaguely. "Evan isn't here. I haven't seen him since we parted ways, and finding cleaning supplies shouldn't take very long." I shook my head and handed him the gloves and mask. "Throw these on and let's go check." And Jacob sighed again. "I had hoped to stay away from that area until we can deal with this. But all right, let's go." We walked to the storage room together, and when we got there, Jacob pulled me gently away from the door so that he could enter first. When we walked in, neither of us were surprised to see Evan laying on the floor, hands over his head, sobbing. And Jacob and I walked over and dragged Evan to his feet and carried him to the sick bay. When we got there, we found a horrible sight. Somehow in the last hour, 10 more crew members had gotten sick. We had started with a smaller crew around 90 members, 30 people per shift, 3 shifts if I remembered correctly. Since we were a smaller submarine, we didn't need as many people. We were now down to 15 people, including Marnie and Evan. We were quickly turning into a skeleton crew, and while I didn't know very much about submarines, I had a feeling that was really bad. After we dropped Evan off, Jacob and I went to find Captain Cameron. We opened the sick bay door, and before I could process what I was seeing, Jacob had pushed me to the floor and slammed the door shut. Walking down the hallway was the diving suit. It slumped and lurched as though only one part of it at a time was able to hold itself up. We watched through the port window and the door as a crew member came around the corner and ran into the diving suit. The man smirked as though he thought somebody was playing a prank on him and looked into the eyes of the mask. His face fell, his eyes widened, and he began sobbing. I tried. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to let her drown. I was only a kid." He continued to sob, curling up into a ball on the floor as the diving suit continued to move. Jacob pulled me away from the window and placed his back to the door blocking the port. We stared at each other in silence for a long time before he said, "Okay, this is bad, and it's hard to believe." I nodded, feeling panic wrapping its cold, clammy hands around my throat. "What's happening? Is somebody in the suit?" Jacob took slow, steady breaths, and I did my best to copy him. After a few minutes, he said, I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think we can explain this." He turned and looked out the window again and took a deep breath. "We need to get back to the men's bunk. I grabbed our wetsuits, and I think that we're going to need them." I was able to manage a small smile, and Jacob was a good person to have on my team. We made our way out of the med bay, both of us shielding our eyes with our hands to avoid looking directly at the eyes of the suit. As much as I wanted to believe there was some logical answer, it seemed like people were having breakdowns only after looking into its eyes. We moved slowly, taking small, careful steps as we walked down the hallway. We could hear more screams echoing around the ship. They seemed to be coming from the other side of the ship, which was good, but it wouldn't be hard for the creature to catch up with us. We finally got to the bunk room and Jacob threw the door open, both of us barreling inside quickly, and we collapsed to the floor in a relieved heap. Jacob was breathing heavily, his face red, and I was worried that he might have a heart attack. I found a bottle of water and I passed it to him, and then I waited for him to recover. Finally, his breathing steadied, and he nodded to me gratefully, and then pointed across the room to where 3 diving suits sat on his bunk. I rushed forward and grabbed his first and then got my own and put it on. Once we were both fully suited up, I turned to Jacob and asked, "What now?" He gave me a stern look and said, "We have to get that thing off the ship. It's too risky to try and contain it." I felt the words like a deep blow and hung my head with shame. "Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry." Jacob put his hand on my shoulder and gave me a tight smile. "We're gonna make this right. Don't worry about it too much." We both put our helmets on and stepped into the hallway. Jacob carried the body of the 3rd diving suit. I carried the helmet, and we made our way towards the control room, hoping that Captain Cameron would still be in there. The plan was to find the captain and get the word out around the ship that the thing could only hurt you if you looked into its eyes. We still weren't entirely sure what happened if you looked at it, but what we had seen so far was disturbing enough that neither of us wanted to try. I followed Jacob through the ship as he led us away from the screams, taking a more circular route to the control room as we avoided the shambling creature. When we arrived at the control room, Captain Cameron beckoned us in with a relieved look on his face. There were 11 crew members crammed into the small control room, and once we joined them, we were officially at capacity. We handed Captain Cameron the diving suit and explained the plan. He nodded, looking grim, and then said, "Oh, that's better than risking anyone else's safety. How about I lead the creature towards the exit hatch as a distraction? You two just get over there safely and wait. Novak will watch the cameras in there and release the hatch once you 3 and the creature are safely inside." He gave us a pitying look. "I wish I didn't have to put you two in so much danger, but I don't see any other option." Jacob and I both nodded resolutely, and I said, "It was my decision to bring this thing on board. I want to do what I can to make it right." Jacob put his hand on my shoulder and said, "And I was involved with that decision too, and I second this one. Let's fix our mistake." Captain Cameron nodded, slipped into his diving suit, and the three of us stepped into the hallway. Jacob pointed to the right and then at Captain Cameron and nodded, and then pointed to the left and gestured for me to follow him. We made our way down the hall towards the exit hatch. It was a sealed, pressure-controlled room that we could use to come and go for specimen collections. It was also exactly big enough to hold me, Jacob, and the creature. The few crew members we passed, we warned about what was happening and told them to hide somewhere safe and keep their heads down. I was starting to get nervous about the number of people that we had sedated in the medbay now. I don't know exactly how many people it takes to run a submarine, but with people dropping like flies, we had to be down to the wire. It wasn't long before we could hear scraping and shuffling coming down the hallway towards us. Captain Cameron rounded the corner, walking backwards with his head down. I glanced at Jacob and realized that if the thing pursued Cameron instead of us, we would never be able to get rid of it. I stepped away from the doorway and put myself between the creature and Captain Cameron. It didn't break stride, but when Cameron shuffled off to the side, it didn't change course to pursue him. I took over walking backwards until I made my way into the isolation room. It shambled after me but didn't stop when I put my back against the wall. It kept moving towards me until it had me pinned against the exit hatch. I kept my eyes down but called out in a shrill voice laced with panic, "Jacob, it's got me pinned." Just as I finished speaking, I felt a hard slam and I glanced up just enough to see the creature reeling back before slamming its head into my helmet again. I watched in terror as a small spiderweb appeared in the glass. The creature put its hands on either side of the helmet to hold me in place, just as Jacob was able to open the hatch behind us. Water rushed in and the creature was sucked out into the inky blackness. I had been able to get a good look at its hands before it was sucked out, and my stomach sank with dread. I was almost certain that the suit was stitched from human skin. Even with that fresh panic, I was thrilled and gravity and physics took care of the problem for us. And then a leathery hand reached back inside, wrapped itself around my ankle and yanked me into the cold, dark ocean. And despite our depth, I could tell the storm was raging above us. The water would briefly light up with a lightning flash, revealing the tide, battering everything in its path on the surface. I could only see the creature when the lightning would flash, but I could tell that it was trying to get back to the submarine with me in tow. I fought and kicked, trying to get away, but the grip that it had on me was inhuman, making all my struggles to get away seem meaningless. I was about to give up hope when I saw something come down in the creature's hand. Jacob had found a large rock and brought it down on the wrist part of the suit. It weakened the thing's grip just enough for me to get away, and I crawled backwards. In the momentary flashes of light, I could see Jacob fighting to get away, and I began searching for a rock too. I could see the spider web in my helmet growing, and I knew it wouldn't be very long before the pressure would break through and drown me. I found a medium-sized rock and I fought against the water pressure to lift it. At some point, Jacob got free from the creature and helped me lift the rock, and together we carried it to where the creature was pinned by the rocks that Jacob had been able to grab, struggling to free itself. We dropped the rock on its sternum as the lightning flashed, illuminating the thing's eyes just as I looked at them. Instantly, I was transported somewhere else. It was a sunny day in November, unusually warm and bright as I walked down a hospital hallway. I was moving slowly, even though the nurses had called to tell me to hurry. I had been scared. I knew my mom was close and I wasn't ready to say goodbye. I think part of me hoped that if I never got to the room, I would never have to see her die. In a sense, I was right. I didn't have to watch her die, because she had already passed when I got to the room. The nurse said if I had only been 1 minute earlier, I might have been able to say goodbye. In the memory, I sank to my knees in the doorway of my mom's room and began weeping. I felt a hand on my shoulder and I turned around, expecting to see a doctor, but instead I found myself looking right into the face of the diving suit. When we made eye contact, I was plunged again into a memory. This time, I found myself kneeling at my dad's graveside as my mom sobbed beside me. It was the moment that I had known I would lose my mom as well, one of the most painful days of my life. Again, I felt a hand on my shoulder, but this time I looked down, and I saw the human leather glove, and I closed my eyes tight. I felt the creature turn me around, could feel its face inches from mine, but I refused to open my eyes. I could feel its rage radiating out from it as the hands moved from my shoulders to my sternum and began tearing my chest cavity open, biting through the meat of my flesh and wrapping around my bones. I could feel my rib cage bending and instinctively opened my eyes as I screamed. I was instantly plunged into another memory, this one from the time that I had dealt with a stalker in college. But this time I was ready, and as soon as I felt the creature's hand on my shoulder, I bolted. I ran through the hallways of my old college until it faced into the green and gray of the cemetery that my parents were buried in. I forced myself not to falter as I ran past my crying mother, the creature still shambling after me. The cemetery faded until it was replaced by the hospital, and I continued to run despite the burn in my chest and arms. I reminded myself that it was a dream, a hallucination, but the terror remained. After what felt like years, the hallway faded into black, and I woke up. When I woke up, I was in a regular hospital bed. Marnie was in the bed next to me, the curtain between us pulled back. Her face looked drawn and tired, older than I remembered. I took a moment to get my bearings and then I pressed the call button for a nurse. The nurse, wearing light purple scrubs, walked in and lifted her eyebrows in surprise when she saw me. She said, "My God, you're awake. This is incredible. Let me get your doctor." She rushed over and did something on the computer next to me, took my vitals, and then ran from the room. She came back a few minutes later with a doctor in tow. They fussed over me for a while and gave me a little information, but I got the real story from Captain Cameron when he had arrived. Captain Cameron, or Nate as he told me to call him, told me what had happened. He said that Jacob and I had just managed to pin the creature when I had fallen to my knees and began sobbing. Jacob had carried me back to the submarine and put me in the isolation chamber. When they opened it, I was there and catatonic, but Jacob wasn't. They weren't sure exactly what had happened to him. They think that he got grabbed by the creature, or maybe it was starting to get free and he ran back to stop it. Either way, Jacob had sacrificed his life to save mine. They hadn't been able to recover him. As soon as the creature was securely trapped, the storm had calmed and what was left of the crew had taken the submarine back to the surface. It was a difficult journey. Apparently the storm had been a rough one, and on a skeleton crew it was extra hard. Apparently by the time that we had gotten the creature off the ship, a total of 41 crewmates had been affected by it. Those of us who had been affected by the creature were taken to the hospital, and according to Nate, only a few of us woke up. I was among the first group to wake up, and even now, almost 6 years later, 8 of those people are still catatonic. And I take responsibility for every single one of them. Marnie woke up eventually, and even though she said she didn't blame me for what had happened, I was still removed from her team. That's okay though. I'm not as interested in the ocean as I used to be. It turns out, the ocean hides some secrets for a reason. I spent 11 years working for the National Park Service before I put in my transfer. That's the short version of this story. If you want the long version, then pull up a chair because it starts the way that most things in my life started. Quietly, with something that I couldn't quite put my finger on. I was stationed at a mid-range backcountry post in the southern Appalachians. I won't name it exactly. People still hike there, and I don't think naming it would help anyone. What I'll tell you is that it was the kind of posting that most rangers quietly competed for. Remote enough to feel like real wilderness work. Close enough to a small town that you didn't lose your mind in February. The kind of place where you spent your days doing trail maintenance, running searches, checking in on shelters, and watching weather roll over ridgelines that had been there long before anybody thought to name them. I love that job. I want to be clear about that, because the way this story ends might make it sound like I was unhappy out there, like I had been looking for a reason to leave. I wasn't. I wasn't miserable or isolated or struggling. I was good at what I did, and I knew the land the way you can only know land that you've walked in every season for years on end. Every switchback, every shelter log, every blowdown across a trail. I knew where the bears denned in late October and where the water ran clean and where it didn't. I knew the places that looked hard on a map but were easygoing, and I knew places that looked easy but would turn your ankles if you weren't paying attention. I knew the park well enough that it trusted me back, if that makes any sense. There are places you can spend a lot of time without ever really knowing, and there are places that open up to you after enough seasons. This one opened up. I knew its moods. I knew when a storm was coming 6 hours before the weather radio did, just from the way the air felt on the back of my neck. I knew which trails the animals used at night, and which ones they tended to avoid. I knew about the notch. Yeah, that's what we called it. The rangers who had been out there long enough. It wasn't an official designation. It doesn't appear on any map under that name. It's just a section of trail about 6 miles from the western trailhead, where the path cuts through a long low saddle between 2 ridges. The kind of terrain that looks unremarkable from above. A little dip between 2 high points. A few hundred yards of relatively flat going before the trail climbs up again. It was the kind of place that you would hike through 100 times and never think twice about. My first season there, an older ranger named Harwick took me out on a full-day patrol and brought me through the notch around midday. I remember that he walked a little bit faster through that section. Not a lot, not fast enough that a person who didn't know him would have noticed, but just enough that I noticed, because I had been watching how he moved all morning, learning the way that you learn from somebody who's been somewhere longer than you have. And when we came out on the other side of the open ridge, he slowed back down and lit a cigarette, and he stood there looking out over the valley like he was admiring the view. I asked him about it on the walk back. I said something like, "Hey, you picked up the pace through that saddle, something that I should know about." He gave me a look that wasn't quite dismissive and wasn't quite a warning. It was the look of a man deciding how much to say to somebody that he didn't know well yet. And then he said, "Oh, some places you don't linger." And that was it. I waited for more, but it didn't come. I tried once more a few weeks later, and he changed the subject with the practiced ease of somebody who had been changing that particular subject for a long time. Harwick retired 2 years into my posting without ever saying anything else about it. I went to his retirement party at a bar in town and watched him shake hands with people and smile with what looked like genuine relief. And I thought about asking him one more time. I didn't. He was a man who was happy to be leaving something behind, and I thought maybe that he had earned that. I decided to put that thought on the back burner and file it away. I wouldn't forget about it, but I just set it aside. I stopped walking fast through the notch myself after about my 3rd year. I don't know when it happened exactly, it wasn't really a choice. At some point I just got used to the way that it felt in there. The way the sound changed slightly as you crossed into the saddle, like somebody had turned a dial down a notch. The way the light came through the canopy at an angle that always seemed wrong for the time of day, no matter when you went through. Even at noon in July, The light in the notch had a late afternoon quality to it. Thin and sideways. It was like it was coming from somewhere other than directly above. You get used to places. That's what I told myself. The brain's very good at normalizing things that are just slightly wrong, especially if you encounter them often enough. But what I couldn't normalize was the disappearances. Not that they happened often. That's the important thing to understand. If people had been vanishing out of that trail section on any kind of regular schedule, somebody above my pay grade would have paid attention and something would have changed. What happened instead was the kind of low, slow drip of incidents that never quite triggered a formal response. One missing person every year or two, sometimes longer stretches between, almost always solo hikers, almost always in the stretch between the western approach and the eastern ridge exit. It was almost always reported by somebody waiting at a trailhead who said their partner or friend was supposed to be back hours ago. I ran 8 search operations in that corridor over my 11 years. 8. Most rangers in similar postings might run 2 or 3 over the same span, and even that would be on the higher side. I knew the number was unusual. I told myself what there was to tell myself and that the terrain was more technical than it looked, that solo hikers often underestimated the elevation change on the return leg, and that the trail conditions in that particular saddle could fall apart fast in wet weather and throw off somebody's footing or timing. All of that was true, but none of it was the whole truth. The part that I didn't talk about even to myself for a long time was that 6 of those 8 people came back. Now I know that sounds like the good outcome. Statistically it is. Most missing person searches don't end with the person walking out on their own 3 days later looking fine. When that happens, you're supposed to feel relieved, file the paperwork and move on. And I did. Every time. I filed the paperwork, moved on, and I kept the other thing, the thing that I had noticed in a room in the back of my head that I didn't open very often. The first time it happened, I genuinely didn't think much about it. A woman named Tressa, late 30s, an experienced hiker with a solid gear, went missing on a Tuesday afternoon and then walked out early on Thursday morning. She was calm and oriented, knew what day it was, knew her own name, showing no signs of injury or exposure. She had eaten her food supplies, which told us that she hadn't been in survival panic mode. She didn't run through them, she ate them like a normal person would. She remembered Tuesday clearly. She remembered starting into the trail, checking her map, stopping to eat lunch near a boulder that she described. She didn't remember Wednesday at all though. Not pieces of it, I mean all of it. She said it didn't bother her, which I noticed, because it seemed like it should. But people respond to weird things in all different kind of ways, and a gap in memory after getting lost wasn't medically alarming on its own. So I let it go. The second time, a man named Portis came out after 2 days saying nearly the same thing. He got turned around, couldn't account for most of his second day, but he was calm about it and he seemed fine. The third and fourth times, I started paying closer attention. There was something else too, beyond the memory gaps, something smaller and harder to articulate. It sounds ridiculous when you say it out loud, which is probably why I never said it out loud for years. The people who came back from the notch section weren't quite right afterward. They weren't traumatized, I want to be correct about that, because there's a version of what I'm describing that sounds like PTSD or disassociation. And what I saw wasn't that. What I saw was the opposite of distress. They were too okay. They were okay in a way that felt thin, like a layer of paint over something that wasn't solid underneath. You would talk to them during the check-in process and they would respond correctly to everything, hit every beat of a normal conversation, say the right things in the right order. But there was a lag to it. A small one, almost imperceptible, but it was there. Like the words were arriving a fraction of a second before the face decided what to do with them. I noticed it first with Portis. He came out on a Tuesday morning and spent about 2 hours at our station while we processed the paperwork. And we talked most of that time about how long he had been hiking, where he was headed next, what the trail had been like before we lost it. He was pleasant and responsive, and he answered everything. But he laughed at things a half second after he should have, in a way that almost felt mechanical. Once when I made a comment about how the weather had been unusually dry for the season, he looked at me for just a moment too long, a deliberate pause where there shouldn't have been one, like he was computing something, before he nodded and agreed. I talked myself out of it immediately. I had been in the woods for most of that week running the search. My read on normal conversational rhythm was probably a little off. The man had been lost for 2 days, and fatigue does strange things to how a person carries themselves. But then I thought back to Tressa, and I realized that I had seen the same thing in her and hadn't consciously registered it until now. That pause, the delayed response, and then with the next one and the next one too. 6 for 6. All 6 of the people who came back from the notch had that same quality to them. Present but not quite there, answering but not really responding. It was correct, but there was still something off about it. All 6 of them went home, back to their lives, and I never heard anything further about any of them. Which could mean that they were fine, or it could mean that nobody who knew them was paying quite the right kind of attention. I kept those thoughts to myself for a long time, years even. There was really nothing to do with them. I couldn't file a report that said hikers who got lost near the notch came back acting slightly off in ways that I was unable to quantify. I couldn't point to anything. And so I carried it and I kept walking that trail. And the thing with Callum Vress was what changed the shape of it. Callum was a solo hiker who went missing in early September, about 5 years into my posting. He disappeared on a Friday evening and came back on Sunday morning, the same routine. He was easy to remember. Tall, red-haired, a loud friendly laugh when he signed in at the trailhead. The kind of person who makes an impression without even trying. He had been experienced enough with good gear and no red flags. When he came out Sunday, he went through the same motions as the others had. He got turned around, couldn't account for a day, but he wasn't concerned about it. I cleared him out, watched him drive away, and I thought, well, there it is again. On the following Wednesday, I was doing a routine inspection of the lower meadows section, a flat stretch about a mile west of the notch, where the trail runs along a creek before it starts climbing. I came around a bend and I stopped. Callum was standing on the far side of the meadow, maybe 200 yards off, right at the edge of a tree line. He was wearing the same jacket that he had had on when he came through. He was completely still, facing me, and the distance was far enough that I couldn't read his face, but I could see his shape clearly against the tree line. I raised a hand and he raised a hand back. I started walking toward him because a civilian that far off trail 4 days after being cleared out was worth checking on. He could have been injured, could have re-entered the park without signing in, could have been having some kind of delayed reaction to the experience. But the meadow was wet from recent rain, the grass high and slow going, and by the time that I had covered maybe half the distance, he was gone. Not walking away, but gone. No movement through the grass, and no sound in the trees, nothing disturbed. I stood in the middle of the meadow for a while and looked at the tree line where he had been. And then I went back to the station and checked the trail register going back about 2 weeks. Callum had not re-entered the park. I didn't tell anybody about it. I thought about it for a long time instead. And then Dessa disappeared, and thinking about it stopped being enough. Dessa Myron had been stationed with me for 3 years by that point. She had come to the post, fresher from a long stint in the Pacific Northwest, and she was, without question, the best ranger that I've worked alongside in my career. She knew backcountry first aid better than most. She could navigate by terrain features and zero visibility. and she had the quality that the best outdoor people have, a kind of physical intelligence, an instinct for what a piece of ground was going to do before it did it. And beyond the professional stuff, she was good company. 11 years in that kind of posting means spending a lot of hours with a small number of people, and you learn quickly who you want those hours to be with. And Dessa was easy to be around in the particular way that competent, unself-conscious people are easy to be around. She didn't perform and didn't fill silences that didn't need filling. She had a dry sense of humor that only showed up when she was comfortable. And over 3 years of shared patrols and long shifts and bad weather and equipment failures and all the rest of it, she had gotten very comfortable. We had a running joke between us. It had started with a broken piece of trail equipment and a bear that had shown up at an inconvenient moment. And by that 3rd year, it had evolved into something that required no explanation between us, where one of us could drop a single word from the original incident into a conversation, and both of us knew exactly what it meant. I'm telling you about this because of what happened later. Dessa went out on a solo patrol on a Thursday morning in late October. Clear weather, a familiar terrain, and a route that she had run probably 30 times. She left at first light and didn't come back. And by early evening, she wasn't responding to radio, which was unusual enough that I ran a check of her planned route. Nothing. I put out a search that evening and ran it through the night without finding any sign. She walked out the next morning from the eastern end of the notch, just before 8. She looked fine, moving normally, and gear intact and no injuries visible. She had gotten off trail somehow in the afternoon, spent the night sheltering under a rock overhang that she had found, and found the trail again in the morning. I knew before she finished her second sentence. It's hard to explain how you know something like that without being able to point to a specific thing. It wasn't one detail, it was the composite, the total picture. The way she stood when she talked, it was off. Dessa talked with her whole body when she was engaged with something, a forward lean, hands moving. The woman standing at the trailhead was standing straight and square, weight evenly distributed, hands at her sides. Correct, neutral, like a diagram of a person rather than a person. I ran through the check-in process carefully, taking longer than normal, keeping her talking. She answered everything. She knew the date, the terrain, the details of her trip. She even mixed in a little mild self-deprecation about getting off trail, appreciation for the shelter find, and her readiness to get back at it. Everything landed correctly. But then I said the one word from a running joke. I dropped into a sentence about her gear in the exact context that we had used it 100 times. She looked at me, and she waited for me to continue. She wasn't confused or caught off guard, but just waiting, like she was ready for the next sentence, and the word that I had used was a normal word, with a normal meaning and nothing more than that. I kept my face neutral and finished the sentence, and I moved on. I told her to take the following day off, and she said that she would, and she said it the way you say something that's been said to you. I told her to take the following day off, and she said that she would. I watched her drive away, and I stood in the parking lot for a long time after her car was gone. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in my bunk in the station and I stared at the ceiling. I tried to talk myself around it. I listed everything she had done and said correctly during her check-in, and there was a lot. She had been right about almost everything. And the joke, well, maybe she was tired. Maybe she had blanked on it. I mean, people forget things, it didn't mean anything. Except I had seen that same expression on other faces over the years. 6 people, in fact. You can tell yourself something doesn't mean anything for a long time before the weight of it gets heavy enough that you just can't carry it anymore. I went into the notch the next morning. I want to be clear that I knew this was probably a mistake. Not probably, but definitely. Going into a trail section alone without telling anyone, specifically because I thought something in there had just replaced my colleague with a copy. It's not a decision with a lot of good outcomes attached to it. I went anyway because I'd been sitting with this for years and the alternative was to keep sitting with it. And after the night that I had just had, that felt like its own kind of danger. I went in at first light when the sky was just starting to lighten behind the eastern ridge. The notch in that early morning gray had the same quality that it always did. The sound shifting as I crossed into the saddle, dampening in a way that wasn't just the terrain. The light filtering through the canopy at that wrong angle, even though there was barely any light yet to speak of. I walked slow and paid attention to everything. I had been through that corridor hundreds of times, but I had always moved through it, always had somewhere to be on the other side. That morning, I stopped in the middle of the saddle and just stood there, and I let myself feel what was there to feel. What was there to feel was pressure. That's the closest that I can get to it. Not physical pressure, not like the air had changed. More like the specific feeling you get when you know that somebody is watching you, and you haven't located them yet. That heightened awareness that tightens the back of your neck and makes your periphery sharper. That feeling, but coming from every direction at once. I left the trail about a quarter-mile into the saddle, pushing through a stand of bushes and down a short slope to a flat section that I had noticed on maps but had never had a reason to visit. It was maybe 3 acres of softwood forest on a shelf of land below the main ridgeline, screened from the trail by the thicket above it. The ground was fairly soft, but we hadn't had any rain recently. Instead, it was the softness of earth that's been washed repeatedly for a very long time. The organic layer broken down by years of use into something fine and compressed. There were fire rings, 3 of them that I could see, made of local stone in different parts of the clearing. They were cold and had been cold for a while, but they had been built and used and rebuilt many times. The stones rearranged and reset in a way that spoke to long habitation. The pathways between the trees were worn down to bare dirt and lines that matched a no-trail layout that I had ever seen, curving between the trunks in patterns that looked functional rather than random, trails between specific trees rather than to any exit. No gear, no trash, no modern trace of any kind, just the impression of use, deep and old and ongoing, like a camp that had been occupied for decades or longer by people who left nothing behind. I stood in the middle of it and the silence changed. That's still the best way that I can put it. It changed quality. It went from the ordinary silence of early morning in the woods, which isn't silence really, more like small sounds, birds starting, wind in the upper canopy, the distant percussion of a creek, to something that felt pressurized and deliberate. A silence that was happening on purpose. I turned around slowly. There was a figure standing about 30 yards away with her back to me, completely still. The jacket was a blue windbreaker that I recognized, the same one Tressa had been wearing when she had come through 5 years before. Her posture was rigid and exact, upright in a way that wasn't quite how people stand when they're just standing somewhere. She wasn't moving. I looked around without turning my head first, using the corner of my eyes. There were others, in the trees on all sides, spaced maybe 20 to 30 yards apart, standing the same way, their backs to me, still. I counted 8 before I stopped counting because the ones further in the shadows were harder to make out and I didn't want to know the number. Every one of them had their back to me. Now I've spent a lot of years in backcountry and I know the specific way that fear operates out there. The fast spike when something startles you, the quick inventory of rational explanations, the leveling out as your brain talks the spike back down. Standing in that clearing with those figures in the trees around me, I waited for that leveling out. It didn't come. The fear just kept building in a slow escalating way, like pressure behind a dam. Like my body knew something that my mind was still working on catching up to. I started walking back the way that I had come, and I kept my pace even. I didn't run, and I didn't look at the figures as I passed through them, and I don't know why. Some instinct that running or looking would change the rules of whatever was happening in a way that I didn't want to test. I kept my eyes forward and I walked, back through the bushes and up the short slope to the trail. I had made it maybe half a mile back toward the western trailhead when I heard it in the trees to my left. Not footsteps, the sound was too irregular for footsteps, more like something moving through the undergrowth at a consistent pace. Brush bending and releasing in a rhythm that matched my walking exactly. I sped up. The rhythm sped up. I pushed to a near jog and whatever was in the trees matched me without any apparent effort, not falling back and not crashing closer, just keeping pace, maintaining the same distance and letting me know that it was there. I ran the last mile and I'm not ashamed of that. I ran hard as quickly as I could, and I hit the trailhead and came out into the parking area and bent over with my hands on my knees and I breathed. When I straightened up and looked back at the tree line, the sound had stopped. The woods were still. Dessa was standing at the far edge of the parking lot. She was at the tree line on the north side, maybe 80 yards from where I was standing, and she was watching me the way figures in the clearing had been watching nothing. Still patient and facing me directly this time. I stood there and looked at her and she raised her hand in a slow wave. The same one that Callum had given me from across the meadow. The same arm angle, same pace, duration, the same moment of holding it before lowering it. Not similar but identical, with a precision that no two people naturally share. Like it had seen a wave once and it was showing it back to me. I got in my truck and I drove to town. I sat in a diner on the main street for about 2 hours and drank coffee that I couldn't taste while the breakfast crowd came and went around me. And I thought about what I was going to do with what I knew. The answer that I arrived at was, well, transfer. I know how that sounds. I know it sounds like running away from a problem that I could have escalated or reported, brought to somebody with more resources. I've turned that over many times since, but I want you to think carefully about what that conversation will look like. I go to my supervisor and tell him that I believe an ancient presence in the Notch Saddle has been replacing hikers with copies of themselves for at least a decade, and that one of those copies is currently on active duty as a park ranger. I believe this because the copies have a slight conversational delay, and one of them didn't get an inside joke. What happens next is not an investigation. So I filed a transfer request the morning after, citing career development and a desire for a new type of posting, and nobody pushed back because I had built up enough goodwill over 11 years that it read as a reasonable choice. The last 2 weeks were administrative, paperwork, handoffs, and briefing the support staff on ongoing maintenance items. I stayed off the backcountry trails. And Dessa came back to work 2 days after she came out of the Notch, and she was, by every observable measure, doing her job correctly. She would answer the radio promptly, complete her patrol logs, spoke to the other staff in a way that passed without comment. I watched the rangers who had known her for a while, the ones who had worked alongside her for years, and I thought that I saw it in some of their faces. That hesitation when they interacted with her. A moment of something unresolved that they swallowed and moved past. No one said anything. I didn't say anything either. What we were all doing, I think, was giving each other permission to not know. My replacement showed up 2 days before my final day. His name was Edwick Bauer, and he was younger than me by over a decade. He had the kind of enthusiasm that comes from not yet having been worn down by the physical reality of the work. He was good though, asked smart questions about the trail systems, about the shelter maintenance schedule, about seasonal patterns that I had noticed over the years. I found myself liking him. We spent most of that day walking the park maps together and going over some operational stuff. He was sharp and attentive and took in everything that I told him. At some point in the afternoon, in a natural lull, he mentioned that he had actually hiked this park years before, back when he was in college. He said it warmly, like he had remembered it in a good way. He said it was part of what had made him want to work for the service. Something about this particular stretch of the Appalachians had gotten into him and never fully left. I asked him which trails he had spent the most time on, just a friendly conversation starter. He thought about it for a moment, and he said that he had actually gotten lost once on the Western Corridor. He laughed a little, said it was one of those things that seemed genuinely scary while it was happening, and then it turned into a story that he told at parties later. Took him almost 4 days to find his way out. He said that he had been a little embarrassed about it, an experienced hiker getting turned around on a well-maintained trail. But the park was more disorienting than it looked once you got off the main trail. I looked at him, really looked at him with the same attention that I had been applying for 11 years to the people who came back from that section of trail. He was still talking, still smiling, telling me about the way the light hit the ridgelines in the morning, how it was so beautiful and different from anything that he had seen before, almost like a different quality of light. I listened to the words and I watched his face, the timing of his expressions, how his eyes tracked while he talked, and the pace at which his effect arrived and settled and moved on. I watched and I waited for that lag. I don't know what I found. I want to be honest about that. I was watching a man that I had known for 6 hours under circumstances where I had been frightened and sleep deprived for the better part of 2 days. My calibration was off and I knew it. What I saw on his face could have been the slight social surface tension that comes from meeting somebody new and wanting to make a good impression. It could have been nothing. I shook his hand at the end of the day, told him that he was going to do well out here and that I meant it, or I had tried to mean it, or I said it because there was nothing else to say. I drove away and I didn't look back at the trailhead. I've thought about it almost every day since. I thought about what I should have done differently and whether I should have pushed harder before I left. And whether the thing in the notch is still out there doing what it does, taking people for a day or 2 or 4 and sending something back out that can walk and talk and sign paperwork and do the job and make conversation and even raise a hand in a wave. I've thought about all the people in those returned hikers' lives, partners, family, friends, coworkers, who maybe felt something not quite right and couldn't name it, who maybe still feel it, who maybe lie awake sometimes with a vague unease that they can't find the source of. Might think about Dessa most nights, about the 3 years that we worked together, the patrols and the long shifts and the dumb running joke that we had built up over 100 small moments. I think about whether that thing that came back understands any of that, or whether it's just holding the shape of her the way that you hold a shape in your hands, aware of the edges but not the weight. Oh, I hope I was wrong. I've already said that, but I want to say it again, because I think it matters to hold the possibility of being wrong right up next to the things that you're most certain about. I could have built this whole thing out of grief and loneliness in too many years watching a trail that made me uneasy. The human mind is extremely good at finding patterns, especially in things that we're afraid of. And I've been afraid of the notch for years before any of this happened. So maybe I was wrong. But I wasn't wrong about the wave. I know what I saw when Callum raised his hand from across the meadow, and I know what I saw when Dessa did the same from the parking lot. I know those were the same gesture, reproduced exactly, and I know that's not something 2 different people do by coincidence. And I know that when I said the word from our dumb, irreplaceable 3-year-old joke, Dessa looked at me with a perfectly pleasant face and waited for me to keep talking, and there was nothing behind her eyes that knew what I had just said. Whatever is in the notch watches. It watches long enough that it can walk a person back out of the woods, and into their own life and pass almost without notice. It's had a long time to practice, I think, maybe a very long time. Adwick is working that posting now. I haven't called the station. I picked up the phone a few times and put it back down, because I don't know who would be on the other end and I don't know what I would say if I did. I just know that I'm not going back. I live up in Monroeville, Pennsylvania. For those who don't know, it's a historical site when it comes to horror movies, being that it has the mall where they recorded the original Dawn of the Dead back in 1977. The town itself isn't that different from any other, but the type of people that we occasionally get passing through can certainly be interesting. There's the occasional tourist group, horror convention, and several Romero tributes. All I'm saying is that we're pretty used to seeing weird stuff around here. Not like every day, but more often than I would like to admit. So when I first saw a flyer for something called the Traveling Graveyard, I didn't give it a second thought. However, it happened to be taped to a wall just outside of the Indian restaurant where I waited in line for my Friday night tikka masala, so I gave it a look. It took me a few seconds to even realize what it said. It was such a strange collection of words, like raspberry shoes, hug missile, or bright black. I had to look closer, kinda like you did when you clicked this. I took a picture of the flyer, got my order, and made it back to my car. I could tell that it was going to rain. I spent some time checking the picture in my car, zooming in on the details that I might have missed. The flyer had a simple vector graphic style picture of a tombstone with an elderly couple standing behind it. They were leaning against one another and smiling and looking straight forward. At first it looked fine, but once I zoomed in, I noticed little discrepancies. For example, they had too many teeth. I could count several rows of them. Another was that the woman in the picture, who at first looked like she was leaning on her husband, was actually grabbing him by the neck. The Traveling Graveyard, it said, coming this Friday to Monroeville, printed in small letters underneath. There was an address and a bunch of company logos at the bottom. Honestly, I didn't recognize any of them, but it looked legit, like some kind of sponsored event. I figured it might be a movie premiere given the town's history. Lucky for me, the address was on my way home. I could swing by and just catch a glimpse. I hadn't heard of any big projects being filmed in the area, but sometimes those things can fly under the radar. Then again, it could be a club or some kind of opening event. There was no way to tell. I sent the picture of the flyer to my buddy Henry, who immediately called me up as I pulled out of the parking lot. The guy lives for scary stuff. "What the hell is it?" he spurted out, not even saying hello. "No idea, checking it out on my way back. I'll meet you there. You don't have a car, but I do have a bike." He hung up before I got the chance to ask him about it. I had no idea if he even knew how to ride a bike. I made my way to the address. The road was mostly gravel, leading through a small forest passage just outside of town. It's still pretty central. I could see the lights in the distance. I heard something up ahead and noticed that I wasn't the first car to arrive. And there it was, just around the bend. The Traveling Graveyard. The place used to be a field for dog agility competitions, but I hadn't seen any arranged for quite some time. Now it was a graveyard. At least 4 dozen tombstones, all neatly arranged. A black cast iron fence surrounding the area, and an honest-to-God church waiting at the end of a long dirt path. No haunted house Halloween decor, just an actual graveyard that had sprung out of seemingly nowhere. Some cars came and others went. When the crowd settled, I counted 9 other people who were curious enough to stick around. They had stepped out of their cars to take pictures and chat. Some thought that it was some kind of promotional thing. Others were convinced that it was a movie set. When Henry finally arrived, he was practically blue in the face. I stood there leaning against the hood of my car having my tikka masala, and it took him a solid 3 minutes before he could even talk. When he finally did, he almost threw the bike in a trench. It's an old thing, nothing short of a miracle that the chain hadn't rusted shut or broke on the way here. You're driving me back, he wheezed. I just nodded, my mouth full of chickeny goodness. I pointed down the road towards the church. Hell of a set, Henry grinned. What do you think? Lionsgate, Universal. What? The production money, man. Movie magic. This is a big time. Which one you think it is? I couldn't answer. Henry seemed convinced already, but I wasn't so sure. If this was a movie set, why would it have that genuine graveyard smell? The soggy grass, the fresh dirt. You can't put that on screen. I finished up my Friday dinner and joined Henry inside the gates. There was a couple ahead of us who were the first to go through, and I could tell that they had made an effort to get in. The gate wasn't just a prop, it was solid iron. Henry just oohed and awed, not paying too much attention to the details. For example, there were no names on the tombstones. They looked real though. We followed the others inside, walking all the way up to the church. It was a strange building, much smaller than a modern church. I couldn't imagine it being 2 pews wide. It was tall though and had a looming bell tower. I looked up to see if I could spot anybody up there, but it was getting too dark, and the gathering rain clouds weren't helping. Henry elbowed me, pointing at the church. A little help? They were pulling the doors open. It took 3 of us to do it, and good thing we did as the first drops of rain just started poking at us. We all gathered expecting some kind of event manager to reward us for our curiosity, maybe some movie swag or something. But as those doors swung open, there was nothing. Not a soul, just dusty old pews, badly insulated stained glass windows, and an empty altar up front. Not a single cross or Bible to be found, but plenty of dry and dead moss. The place was either ransacked or half finished. Henry seemed to think the latter, while I was leaning more toward the former. The peeling paints on the walls wasn't just there for show. It was old, probably lead-based too. This is like straight out of The Nun, Henry whispered reverently. Holy, this might be a preview screening. Henry, I know you like the view up there, but pull your head out of your butt, I snapped back. This is not a movie set. Like hell it ain't, he chuckled. Look, see? Plastic flowers. He picked up a flower from under a pew, only to realize that it wasn't plastic. It was dried. A strange, dry-tinted sunflower. The rain was picking up outside. Some of the others turned around to go back, but most of us stuck around to explore the church. We were already invested, and this trip had to mean something. Pennsylvanians aren't about to waste their Friday night just because somebody decided to drag them out into nowhere. If anything, they'd be leaving with the communion wine and calling it a good one. I wasn't all too convinced though. Some of it just looked a bit too real. Checking the pews, I could see little scratched out letters and numbers. There were a lot of years marked, but none of them seemed to date past 1890. There was also a whole slew of names hastily scrawled on the walls, possibly by children, and judging by the height and legibility. At least a dozen names, boys and girls, no surnames. I stepped back out into the rain and called my buddy Luke. Reception was a bit spotty, but the call got through. Yeah, he said, trying to speak through the static. Hey, can you look something up for me? What? Look something up for me. It took me 3 tries to explain to him that I wanted some info on the traveling graveyard event. Maybe we had seen the wrong date or there was some kind of misprint. This was clearly the right place, but it didn't seem like the right time. Luke said that he would look it up and call me right back. I stayed outside for a while, huddling under the roof. I looked down the path leading up to the church to see if the others had already made it out. I figured they had since I couldn't see them anywhere. Then again, their cars were still parked outside. And another thing, the gate was closed. We had left it open. Why would they close it? I had this sinking feeling that I was missing something obvious, but I couldn't put my finger on what. Like that feeling when you leave home, convinced that you're forgetting something important. I looked around, letting my eyes drift over the tombstones, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. And then again, the rain was making it all harder to see. Henry joined me just as Luke had called me back. I kept getting disconnected the moment that I pushed to accept the call. It got dropped over and over 3 times in quick succession. On the 4th, a weak signal came through. I could barely make out what Luke was saying. There was so much interference that most of it came out sounding like he was stuck in a microwave. A few words pushed through, mostly asking things like, "What the hell?" and "What are you talking about?" It didn't take a genius to get that he had no idea what we were talking about, and that this event was unheard of. I tried yelling the address back at him if he wanted to check it out himself. I spelled it out over and over, but he just couldn't hear me. Finally, as the 4th call disconnected, I texted him instead. I was surprised to see that it went through. Henry just sneered at me. "I don't like that look," he said. "What's going on?" "Where did the others go?" I asked, brushing some rain out of my hair. "What? What others?" The guys who left. There was like 4 or 5 of them. "Oh, they went out back, I think." Henry took me back inside, pointing to one of the stained glass windows. He was right. I could see a bunch of people walking back and forth between the graves. There was only one problem. There were 7 of them, not 4 or 5. Henry counted them with me, and the other remaining people in the church stepped up alongside us. We could barely make the others out in the rain, but it was clear that there were a few too many. "Maybe more came by," someone whispered. "Maybe they're the event people." "I can't see more cars," someone responded. "Were they always there? Did we check?" And finally we all quieted down. I heard Henry whisper, "What the hell are they doing?" That's what we were all thinking. They were all just standing there, seemingly immobile, and they weren't running for cover or leaving altogether. They just stood there as if held by some invisible will. Puppets, waiting for their strings to be pulled. Then from the other side of the room, a whisper, "There are more on this side." At least 8, possibly more further in. No idea where they came from or what they were doing. If anything, they looked more like statues than people. For a moment, we all just stood there trying to imagine what the hell they were trying to do. Finally, the couple who had stepped in ahead of us chimed in. They were leaving. I was inclined to join them, but something told me it was a bad idea. Besides, Henry wasn't ready to let me go just yet. If anything, he was getting excited. This all seemed like part of the event to him. Instead, the rest of us gathered at the open doors, watching the two wander into the rain. Only me, Henry, and this 16-year-old looking kid remained inside. Once they got halfway, they turned to us and screamed. It was so fast. They came from both sides of the building, beelining straight for the two. 16 bodies in total, all drenched by the rain. I could make out some vague shapes like a girl in a white dress and a tall man with a black suit. They weren't really running. It was more of a strange walk, like their entire body was on a swivel. They rolled their spines back and forth, having their necks bobbing back and forth. One of them fell over, smacking his head on an unmarked grave. The couple made a run for the gate, but it was too high to climb. They tried helping one another, one stepping into the other's hands, but it was too late. Some kind of instinct wanted me to run out there and help them, but I didn't. I just stood there waiting to see what would happen. They grabbed the man first. He was still holding up his arms, trying to get his girlfriend over the iron fence. They lifted him off his feet in what looked like the most casual effort, and a second later, they threw him straight up. Like a balloon taking flight, he accelerated upwards, past the rain, the clouds, and into the sky. He kept tumbling back and forth, weightless and desperate. He flailed like a bird with a broken wing, but it was useless. I could hear him screaming as he went higher and higher and higher. His panicked screams faded into the rain. They only managed to grab the woman by her foot, but it was enough. It's as if she was put into a spin, her head and body drifting upwards as she grabbed for the fence. It slipped by her fingers as her piercing death scream cut through my nerves like a hot knife. The higher she went, the more passive the crowd became. They slowed down and the swivel of their bodies was stiffened into a statuesque back-straightened stance. The three of us just stood there not knowing what to do. I couldn't move. I wanted to slam the door shut, but I didn't know what would set them off. I didn't dare to look at Henry or the kid. I barely managed to force air into my lungs. Henry's world had shattered. I could hear him muttering, "What the hell?" over and over and over. He had the look of someone trying to figure something out, but the answer never came. After a few minutes, we moved. We noticed that no one came at us. They seemed to have gone back into some kind of inactive state, and nothing seemed to rattle them. At one point, Henry almost laughed. The adrenaline must have gotten to him. "No, it's fine. We got this," he said. Before I got the chance to say anything, he knocked on the door. Both me and the 16-year-old looked at him like he had signed our death sentence. My heart leapt out of my chest. But nothing happened. He knocked and knocked and they didn't even turn around. "Get your head straight," I whispered. "You're not just messing with your own life." Henry just smiled through his teeth, but I could see that he was just as scared as I was. Pupils wide, short, shallow breasts. Hell, the 16-year-old was probably the only one of us actually paying real attention. She was short with black hair, some kind of pixie cut, and had a nose ring. She kept looking back and forth, both between the two of us and at the crowd gathering outside. She tapped my shoulder, forcing me to make eye contact. "Help me with this." We started dragging one of the doors shut, but it was way too heavy. It'd been one thing pulling it open with dry dirt under our feet, but now with the rain it was getting downright difficult. It wasn't until Henry got out into the rain to push that we made some progress. But the moment that he stepped into the rain, they all turned towards us. Like a motor spinning to life, their movements became animated. Every limb a fluid motion, heading our way with complete abandon. They stumbled over one another, over the graves, slipped in the mud but kept going forward. We both grabbed Henry and pulled him in, and the moment that he stepped inside, they stopped moving. All three of us tried to catch our breaths. Henry's manic smile was still plastered on his face. He had cracked hard. "It's the rain," said the pixie cut girl. It's something with the rain." Using my belt and plenty of patience, we pulled the other door shut. There was no lock, but as long as we kept out of the rain, it seemed simple enough. The bodies outside weren't paying us any attention. The pixie cut girl kept rambling on about whatever wild theory came to her mind. Aliens coming to take us away, some kind of rapture, but it all came back to that one point, that it was all connected to the rain. Henry had other ideas. He figured that we ought to just stay inside and call for help, which in itself wasn't a bad idea. It's just that we couldn't get any coverage. Looking up, hoping some kind of god would give me a hint, I stumbled upon an idea. "The bell tower," I said. "We can climb up there." And so we did. We made our way to the second floor. The pixie cut girl was the lightest of us and had the most expensive phone. We figured that rickety old ladder would hold her. We double and triple checked it and it seemed fine, but she was hesitant. Finally, she just shook her head. "You do it," she said, pointing at me. "I'm not getting up there." There was no time to argue, and so I started climbing, one creaky rung at a time. When I finally made it up, I could see all through the graveyard. The rain was pouring down, making the roof of the bell tower creak. In the distance, I could see the edge of the iron fence, but everything outside of that was covered by the rain. There could have been a dozen police cars just outside, and I would have no way of knowing. That's when my phone started buzzing. Missed calls and messages, all from Luke. "Where are you? Hello? Is this a prank? Pick up." And finally a picture. A selfie of Luke standing in an open, empty, damp field. I didn't even realize how long I stared at it until I heard a breaking shingle. Drops of water made their way down my spine as a hole opened up above. My screen was unresponsive, so I wiped it with my jacket. From downstairs, I could hear Henry's jeering cackle. "Hey, looks like they're moving, buddy. Hurry up," added the pixie cut girl. And there was a strange sound, like very slow woodpeckers. Something hard hitting the side of the building over and over again. I dialed 911 as fast as I could, but the connect button refused to work. The water was interfering with it. As the call lit up with a green symbol, I saw something peeking over the edge of the roof. She was young but no child. Eyes hollowed out, leaving empty holes on the inside of her blackened skull. Her mouth wide open, her lower jaw swinging back and forth. She wasn't breathing. She wasn't in pain. And as she dug her slippery fingers into shingle after shingle, making her way up the side of the building, I could tell that there was nothing left of a person in there. All that remained was some kind of instinct-ridden machine, aching to send me on my way. An operator answered, asking me what my emergency was. "I need help," I wheezed. They're going to." Looking at her, there was no doubt of her intentions. "They're going to kill me." I was so blindly terrified that I didn't even look behind me. Cold fingers brushed against my jacket, long broken fingers reaching my way. A tall man with a suit, his head hanging low. I could see the rainwater pool in the back of his eye sockets, making it look like he never stopped crying as it squelched out with his every move. I recoiled, only to completely lose my balance. I sunk down halfway down the ladder and fell. I landed really bad, putting all the weight on my ankle. I could feel something snap, followed by a tremendous pulsing pain shooting all the way from my heel up my spine. My phone slipped out of my hands and slid across the floor. Henry just managed to catch it moments before it tumbled down to the first floor. He picked it up, yelling at the operator. "Hello, hey, is anyone, hello?" There was no response. We could barely get reception down there. In between my thumping heartbeats, I could hear the pounding fists go quiet above. A steady stream of water from above stained the carpet. Giving in to his intrusive thoughts, Henry chucked my phone all the way across the room, breaking one of the stained glass windows. In the aftermath, I did my best to support my probably broken ankle. We used our socks as a makeshift bandage, trying to put it in place. It didn't help much, but it made it easier to jump on one foot. Still, every movement teased me with a tickle of pain, threatening to send shockwaves throughout my body, tearing all the way up my spine. Finally, the three of us just sat there. I don't know for how long, maybe an hour, maybe two. The rain wasn't letting up. What do we do? I sighed. We can't do anything. We fight them, nodded Henry. They're not that fast. I'd try that again, but without a car for a brain. What? We can take them. I told you we got this. The pixie cut girl just shook her head and stayed quiet. She was working on something. We were growing tired and sluggish. If we were to do something, now would be the time. Henry had found some kind of iron rod broken off from the second floor railing. There was some weight to it, but he would be insane to actually try to fight them with it. The pixie cut girl had been staring straight ahead all night, tapping her foot. And then finally she spoke out. I can make that fence, she said. You got a car? Yeah, I nodded. But you'll come back for us, right? I'll ram the gate. It's closed, but it didn't seem locked. Henry shrugged his way into the conversation. No way you'll make it. They're too close. I looked back at the broken window, and then back at the pixie cut girl. We can draw them together. We put our plan to work. Henry and I knocked out some more glass from the window, allowing rain to trail in. We could immediately hear movement on the roof as we let the rain soak our skin. We held on, waiting for a clear sign. They started falling off the roof in droves, thunk after thunk of meat just slapping into the dirt. Not a single gasp, a twitch, or grunt. We counted the bodies. 11, 12, 13. I prepared to give her the signal. 14, 15. She had pushed the door ajar and was ready to go. 16. She burst into a sprint as we moved away from the window. Henry hurried to the front door and I followed to the best of my ability. She was gunning for it, but there was a problem. There were far more than 16 out there. There was at least double. She kept going, weaving past them. As she finally reached the far side of the fence, she leapt up, putting her foot in the middle of the bar and kicking herself upward. In one swing, she flung her lower body over the fence. Holy crap, murmured Henry. You think she's... Yeah, she's okay, I nodded, as if to convince myself. She'll make it. There was a beep in the distance, followed by an engine roaring to life. Moments later, the gate flung wide open. She drove straight ahead, aiming for the church. At least 8 of them toppled over, being flung left and right, smacking against the hood of the car. She had almost made it halfway there when I heard this strange metallic groan. The car was slowing down and lifting. It was about 2 full feet off the ground when it started to wobble. The combined touch of all those things seemed to be able to send anything off, even a car. I saw the pixie cut girl trying to get her seatbelt off, but the added movement just made the car topple over to the side. As it tipped over to the driver's side, I saw her struggle to climb out of the passenger seat. The car started to lift again, this time reaching over 6 feet. Finally, the crowd let go of it, as it started slowly drifting upwards, with the pixie cut girl still in it. She was a full 10 feet off the ground when she finally got out. The rotational force flung her out, making her hang from the passenger side door in midair. And then she slipped. We watched her slip into the crowd screaming, and just like those before her, she started to drift into the rain clouds. Dozens of hands sent her on her way, holding their arms high, like a silent wave goodbye. Henry nodded at me. All right then, I'm going for it, he said. I didn't react in time. He bolted out the door, swinging wildly with his iron rod. He connected with one of them, tearing off an ear into a solid chunk of jaw. Still, that did little to stop them. Luckily for Henry, he was fast. Almost fast enough to make it. We just hadn't counted on the car coming back down. Whatever up there took it didn't want it. The car came crashing down with a deafening crunch, taking both Henry and 2 of those things with it as it belly flopped into the mud. and then there was just me, my screams, and the rain. For hours, I just wandered back and forth on my own. I kept trying to make up a plan in my head, but all I ended up with was this sense of my stomach lifting into the air. That sucking kind of feeling you get when you fall. I had nothing to eat. I sure as hell wasn't going to drink the rain. In the end, I was left with only one choice. I had to try. I stepped up to the open doors, steeling myself for what's to come. I saw the crowd outside waiting in the rain. They knew there was one left. I did that at least 4 times, stepping up and backing down. I couldn't force myself to die like that, I just couldn't. Finally, I just collapsed into the front pew, screaming in frustration. Not like that would move those things anyway. I noticed something under one of the pews. The couple who had been first inside had forgotten a small bag. Apparently, they had anticipated bad weather, as there was a folded-up umbrella inside. It wasn't a good plan, I'll admit to that. I couldn't tell how those things worked, but this was the best thing that I could come up with, and the greatest chance that I had. I unfolded it carefully and tried to step outside, just a little. As the first raindrops hit the plastic, I expected explosive movement. Instead, I got nothing. Inch by inch, I made my way outside. I tried my best to put a smooth weight on my foot, but I just ended up jumping. Taking those little jumps in the mud was close to suicide. One slip up and that would be that. I could barely hear my own panting over the pouring rain. At one point, I held the umbrella at a bad angle. Some water touched the back of my leg, causing all now 40-something creatures to turn my way in an instant. I stopped and they did too. Empty skulls all around, hungrily waiting for me to slip up. Little by little, I made my way past them. Some were only a few feet away. I walked past the gate, and I kept walking. I didn't even notice when the rain stopped or the sun came back out. I didn't notice that I was back in that dog agility field. I barely even reacted to Luke waving me over from the parking lot. Turns out everything was gone. Not just the people, but our cars and the graveyard itself. Only thing that I could find that showed Henry had ever been there was his rusted out bike by the side of the road. Maybe the church was never there to begin with. At least, not in this world. And yet it was the realest thing that had ever happened to me. They never found the others, or my car, or anything else. Hell, it seemed like pretty much no one had ever even seen the flyers around town. I tried looking up people who came there and left, but they seemed to have no recollection of ever seeing the church. I've talked to some of them here online. I checked the company logos on the flyer again, just to try and find some kind of clue. Turns out it was all fake. There were some people who claimed to have seen someone put the flyers up, but all I got was that she looked young. I've never seen or experienced anything like that night. Nothing. But this is why I always keep an umbrella around.
Today's episode is sponsored by Smalls. My cats are the CEOs of the house, there's no debate. I just handle middle management, paychecks, litter boxes, and responding to meowed complaints at 3 a.m. Ever since the new year hit, those little overlords have been walking around like they own the place, which to be fair they do. The other day, one of them knocked a pen off my desk, stared at it like it was a failed employee, and then sat directly on my keyboard so that I couldn't work. Classic leadership move. I've been a cat person since I was a kid. Once you're recruited by a cat, you don't resign. That's why I feed Smalls. My family deserves better than mystery pellets full of ingredients that I can't pronounce. Smalls makes fresh, protein-rich meals with preservative-free ingredients that you'd actually find in your fridge. And it shows up right to my door like a gourmet ransom payment to keep the boss satisfied. Cats.com even named Smalls their best overall cat food. The last time I fed my cat Smalls, they acted like I had finally received corporate approval. And 88% of owners reported health improvements, and they'll refund you if your cat won't eat it. Make 2026 your cat's healthiest year yet. Take advantage of their New Year's special and get 60% off your first order plus free shipping when you head to smalls.com/Mr. Creeps. One last time, that's 60% off your first order plus free shipping when you head to smalls.com/Mr. Creeps. The blizzard was supposed to last 2 days, and then 2 became 3. Then I was on day 4 holed up in my cabin. The only thing I could see outside was the snow, a white, shifting void that obscured the rest of the mountain range. I looked for the stars out of habit, but they were gone, buried behind layers of storm. The sky was black, thick with cloud and snow in the night. The tree line, usually clear, was faint now. A smudge of darkness barely separated nature from the cabin. The thick snow blurred the edges, turning trees into shadows that shifted with the wind. What had once been a sharp, familiar boundary was now lost in the white of the snow and the darkness of the night. I was ready, at least, before the storm hit. I had driven down the mountain to the nearby town to stock up on supplies, like I always do. I filled my good old F-150 with food, water, and anything else that I might need to ride out the worst of it. I'm back at the clearing of the cabin. I chopped firewood. I have already got enough stacked to last through a second ice age, but it gives me something to do. Something to break up the quiet. All aspects of it. The rhythmic thunk of the axe hitting wood, the smell of fresh pine, the way the pile grows bigger with every swing. It all keeps me from thinking too much. I don't get visitors. That's not me being dramatic, it's just fact. The nearest neighbor is a 40-minute drive down the mountain, and that's when the roads are clear, which they're not. They haven't been for days. That's why when I heard a knock, I nearly dropped the mug of cocoa that I was holding. It wasn't loud, just 2 slow, deliberate raps on the door. And then nothing. I stood there in the kitchen for a few seconds, and just listening, waiting to hear it again. The storm was still going strong outside, but underneath the wind, the silence settled again like a blanket. Neither a knock nor a voice calling out followed. I figured that I had imagined it. Cabin fever and all that, it wouldn't be the first time. But I walked to the door anyway. Something in me wouldn't let it go. Could have been curiosity, or maybe I was just so starved for company that I wanted there to be somebody out there. I opened the door and there he was. A kid in his early 20s maybe. He could have passed for a college student if he wasn't half frozen. His face was pale as paper, lips blue, eyes wide and glassy like he wasn't there at all. Snow clung to his coat in heavy clumps, and he was shaking so hard his teeth were clacking together. God, I said before I even thought about it. He didn't answer, didn't even look at me, just stood there trembling in the doorway like he didn't know where he was. I should have hesitated, should have asked what he was doing out in a blizzard, who he was and how he got up here. But I didn't. If I closed the door and he died out there, I would never be able to live with myself. That part of me, the part that used to be a husband, the part that could have been a father one day, it's still there somewhere, even if it's quieter now. Come in, I said. Come on, let's get you warm. He stepped inside without a word. The wind slammed the door shut behind him.
He left a trail of melting snow behind him as I led him to the fire. His boots were soaked through. I had him sit on the old armchair by the hearth while I threw a couple logs on and got the flames high. I asked if he was hurt. He didn't answer. "Can you talk?" I tried again. "Tell me your name." Still nothing. Just that 1,000-yard stare like he was looking through the fire, past it, like he saw something there that I couldn't. He looked like hell. Skin pale and tight over the bone. Lips cracked, nose bleeding just a little from the cold. I knelt down beside him and checked for frostbite, and that's when I saw it. On his side, and just below the ribs, his jacket torn and shirt soaked with blood, was a wound. A deep bite. Ragged, raw, and dirty, turning dark around the edges. It wasn't new. A day old, maybe more. The skin around it was red and hot. "You didn't say you were bit," I muttered, more to myself than to him. He flinched when I touched it. First reaction that I had gotten out of him. His eyes snapped to mine, wild, and just for a second, and then they went vacant again. It didn't look like a wolf bite. I had seen those before. Hell, I've seen worse, back when I hunted more often. Wolves tear, rip, and pull. This was cleaner, too clean. I patched it up as best I could, cleaned it, wrapped gauze tight around his ribs. He winced but didn't make a sound, just watched me breathing shallow, like a cornered animal. After that, I set him up in the guest room. It had a bed, a thick blanket, and a space heater in the corner. He didn't say a word and just laid down, curled in on himself, eyes still wide open. I left him there and closed the door gently behind him. The cabin felt smaller after that, like he brought something in with him. A weight, a shift in the air. I tried to shake it. I made myself tea, sat by the fire, and held a book in my lap that I didn't read. I checked on him an hour later. He was asleep, out cold. No fever, at least none that I could feel. I left the door cracked, just in case. I must have nodded off at some point. The fire was down to coals when I woke up, house quiet as a grave. I could hear the wind screaming against the windows, the old trees creaking out front, but nothing inside. No footsteps, no coughing, no movement from the guest room. I was just about to check again when I heard the floorboard creak. He was standing in the hall just watching me. "Jesus," I said, nearly spilling my tea. He blinked, slow, looked around like he wasn't sure where he was. "Sorry," he said, voice hoarse and dry. "I didn't mean to scare you." "It's all right," I said. "You're lucky to be alive. What the hell were you doing up here?" He scratched at his bandage. "Hiking," he said, "with my girlfriend, Emma." I waited. "We were camping in the woods yesterday, no, a few nights before. Got caught up in the storm. Thought we'd hunker down and ride it out." He stopped, his jaw tightened. "We heard something. Outside the tent, I thought it was wolves. Big ones. We stayed quiet, didn't move, but it didn't matter. They tore through the side." He swallowed hard, eyes wet now, but not crying. "I ran. I didn't even see what they looked like, just teeth. It was wrong, there were too many of them." Emma screamed and then his voice broke off. "You didn't see her after that?" He shook his head. "I ran until I couldn't, and then I saw your cabin." "Hey, you're safe now, kid. Just rest." He nodded, turned, and walked back to the guest room like he was sleepwalking. I had tried going back to sleep, even poured myself another mug of cocoa just to have something warm in my hands. But the air felt heavier now, like it was pressing in on me 1 inch at a time. Sometime after midnight, I heard the floor creak.
I glanced up, expecting to see him again, maybe wandering the hall confused, but there was no one. Just the faint sound of the bathroom door clicking shut at the end of the hall. The light spilled out in a thin line under the frame. I waited 5 minutes and then 10. The pipes groaned once. A long, low exhale like the cabin itself was holding its breath. And then I heard glass break. I walked to the bathroom and cleared my throat loud enough for him to hear. No response. "You all right in there?" Still nothing. The steam started seeping out from under the door, slow and crawling, hugging the floor like smoke. It looked off, not sharp and white like a shower usually gives off. This was thicker, heavier, and gray around the edges, like breath fogged on glass. I stood outside for another minute and then stepped closer. I pressed my knuckles to the door and knocked once, gently. "You hear me, son?" Silence. Not even the shuffle of movement. No cough, no running water. The wood felt cold beneath my hand. Not warm like it should be with steam coming through. Just still and dead and cold. I leaned in, pressed my ear to the door, and I listened. Nothing. Every instinct in me said, walk away, just let it be. The boy had been through hell. Maybe he needed time. Maybe he was sick. Maybe he just broke the mirror by accident. Maybe I was imagining things again. But my gut had gone cold and it wasn't from the storm. I wrapped my hand around the knob. It was slick with condensation. I turned it slowly, as quiet as I could, until the latch gave way with a soft click. And then, holding my breath, I gently opened the door. What I saw shook me. The kid was split open vertically down the middle, bisected with a horrific precision that ran from the crown of his head, through his nose, mouth, and sternum, all the way down to his groin. The bathroom looked like a butcher's block, the tiled floor underneath stained with something dark and moist. His two halves rested on the floor like broken mannequins, separated by a sickening foot of space. Ribs, stark white and splintered, jutted like snapped fences. Muscles still glistening and unnervingly pink hung in strips. The coiled lengths of intestine and the dull spilled organs lay exposed and motionless on the floor, some still clinging to one half of the body. There was an emptiness where his spine should have been, a hollowed-out canyon running through his core. It was as if something massive had forced its way out from the inside. The precision of the split through bone and gristle was alien. It was wrong. And then, through the haze of shock, a draft hit me. A bone-deep cold that had nothing to do with the storm outside. My eyes, still wide and unfocused, slowly tracked it. The small bathroom window, usually sealed tight against the mountain air, was shattered. Not just cracked, but exploded outward, as if something had exited through it. Jagged shards of glass glittered on the sill and floor. The fierce wind howled through the gap, bringing with it a stinging spray of snow. And from the half of the young man's body that was closer to a window, a trail began. A glistening, repulsive path of black and dark red slime snaked across the pristine white tiles, past the gurgling toilet, over the shattered glass, and through the broken window frame, disappearing into the white void of the blizzard. I thought it was blood, but it was thick, viscous, and it seemed to pulsate faintly in the dim light, leaving an oily sheen in its wake. Whatever had been inside him, whatever had ripped him apart and then fled, had left this horrifying signature. I finally found my breath. It was a cold, panicked gasp that tasted of iron and the strange stink coming off the floor. I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off the split halves, off the black and red trail that snaked across the tiles. Every instinct screamed run. Not down the mountain, I would never make it, but away from this room. It was out there now,
Something that hid inside a man and then discarded the skin to crawl through a broken window into a night that would kill anything normal. The thought of it sliding down the mountain, of it reaching the small, defenseless town that I had just driven through days ago, made adrenaline surge through paralysis. It couldn't make it to town. Not on my watch. My feet moved before my brain gave the order. I didn't bother closing the bathroom door. The horror had already escaped. I moved past the living room where the cozy glow of the dying fire felt like a cruel joke, and into the master bedroom. I went straight to the closet. Tucked behind my winter gear, right where I always kept it, was a Remington 870. I pulled it out, the cold steel of the pump action a familiar weight in my hands. I grabbed the box of double-aught buckshot from the shelf, spilling a handful of crimson shells onto the carpet, but I didn't stop to pick them up. I loaded the shotgun quickly, the sharp, metallic clink of the shells cutting through the roar of the wind. It had been years since I had pointed a gun at anything that wasn't a deer, but looking at the slick, dark trail leading out of my house, I knew this wasn't hunting a living being. This was stopping something that was already dead, something that had worn death and then shed it. I wasn't a hero. I was just a widower with a cabin, a shotgun, and a terrifying realization. I was the last line of defense. The storm that had trapped me had trapped it too on the mountain. I held the shotgun steady, my knuckles white. The wind howled outside, the trees creaked. I checked the hall one last time, glanced at the horror show of the bathroom, and then I moved toward the front door. There was no plan. There was only the gun in my hands, a worry in my heart, and the knowledge that something sinister was crawling through the snow toward civilization. I flipped the deadbolt and hit the door with my shoulder. The wind was a physical blow, a sudden blinding white sheet that stole my breath and stung my eyes. The roar of the storm swallowed the world around. It was a complete whiteout. My eyes searched frantically for the trail. The front porch was already buried under a fresh drift, but I knelt down, shielding my face against the immediate sting of the snow. There it was, still outside the bathroom window on the other side of the perimeter. The oily black and crimson slime was already freezing, but it hadn't been buried yet. It was distinct, lying on the otherwise clean snow like spilled ink. It didn't just drip, it looked like something had slithered. I followed it, sinking immediately into the drifts up to my knees. The air was so cold that it burned my lungs. I kept the Remington high. Its barrel was a dark, steady presence against the blinding white. The trail, growing in width as I followed it, led past the woodpile and headed directly for the tree line. The trees themselves were black specters against the night, swaying and groaning under the weight of the snow. I fought against the resistance of the deep snow, pushing myself faster, driven by the metallic reek of the slime that, even in the freezing air, seemed to linger. I was maybe 20 yards from the cabin, battling a sudden heavy gust when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a buck, driven mad by the storm. It was easily that size, low to the ground, its dark shape barely discernible in the whirling vortex of snow where the cabin's clearing met the forest edge. But it didn't move like a deer. It didn't trot or bound, it scuttled. It was hunkered down, its massive body creating a brief moment of stillness in the blizzard, a small black shadow against the white fury. I stopped dead, sinking deeper into the drift. I raised the shotgun, pushing the safety off with a dry click. Through the shifting veil of snow, I strained to make out details, and the details that I found were strange. It was hairy, thick black fur matted and clotted. The fur was plastered down in clumps, matted thick with the same crimson slime that lined the floor of my bathroom. Its bulk seemed to be expanding, the hair giving it an immense, distorted volume, but the low, hunched posture suggested that it was something that preferred to crawl. It had multiple limbs, too many, working in sync to move it along the ground. Thick jointed appendages that glistened unnervingly. The sight was a sickening contradiction. The heavy dense covering of fur mixed with the raw, unnatural sheen of the slime. It looked like a living, wet wound covered in an animal's coat. And then it lifted something, its head. I realized with a shudder of pure dread. It was impossibly large and angular, but I couldn't discern a face. And then the wind cleared the snow just enough for me to see a flash of wet, sickly red where eyes or a mouth should have been, reflecting the distant, faint light from my cabin window. It didn't see me. It seemed focused entirely on the darkness of the tree line, already beginning to merge with the shadows. It was moving still low and fast, dragging its huge, repulsive body away from the cabin and toward the mountain pass that led to town. I gripped the shotgun, ignoring the trembling of my own body. The blizzard had made the shot difficult, but the distance was short. If I let it reach the shelter of the trees, it would be gone. I took the slack out of the trigger. There was no hesitation left in me, just the immediate, primal need to stop this monstrosity before it vanished. I squeezed the trigger. The sound of the Remington going off was deafening, a violent boom that shattered the stillness of the storm. The flash of the muzzle momentarily burned the image of the creature into my retina. I felt the powerful kick of the shotgun against my shoulder, and a split second later, the buckshot slammed into the creature's massive torso. It didn't go down. Instead, the thing let out a sound that cut right through the howling wind. A screaming wail that was entirely inorganic, like tearing metal on a wet, ripping canvas. It was a noise of pain, but also of inhuman rage, and it sent a spike of pure terror through my chest. The section of its body where the shot hit seemed to absorb the impact, scattering the spray of the thick, dark slime into few clumps of matted hair into the air. It scrambled. The monstrous body, for all its bulk, moved with terrifying speed, abandoning the relatively clear ground and lunging into the dense black of the tree line. I pumped the action, ejecting the spent shell, and loaded a fresh round. I didn't wait to see if it was mortally wounded. I just knew that I had to keep it moving, keep it from burrowing down or reaching the pass. I plunged into the forest after it, following the fresh, dark disturbance in the snow. The trees offered a brief, deceptive shield from the worst of the wind, but the snow was deeper here, making every step a labor. I focused only on the trail, the churned snow, the scattered slime, the deep, heavy indentations of its multiple limbs. I ran until my lungs burned, until the cold made the skin on my face ache, until the sound of its desperate, laborious breathing were drowned out by my own. And then I stopped. The trail vanished. One moment I was following a distinct line of destruction. The next, the snow was pristine, only marked by my own clumsy boot prints. I moved forward a few more steps, scanning the blizzard-shrouded ground, wondering if the heavy snow had worked against me and buried the signs. But no, the trail hadn't slowly faded. It had ended completely, as if the creature had simply dissolved into the air. I rotated slowly, the shotgun trembling slightly in my grip, my eyes uselessly searching the area around me. My breath hitched. I caught it only as an indistinct smear of shadow, a sudden movement in my peripheral vision, high above me. I tilted my head back, staring up into the shifting, wind-whipped canopy of the pines. There was no ground trail because the trail had continued up. The dark, oily slime wasn't on the snow anymore. It was smeared high on the bark of the nearest trees, running in sickening vertical streaks. The monster hadn't been slowed. It had simply used the vertical space the forest had offered. It had the high ground. It was above, hidden by the night and the dense pine needles, and I was exposed beneath it. My heart hammered against my ribs. I had gone from the hunter to the obvious, slow-moving target. I scanned the dark trunks of the nearest pines, searching for any break, any shelter that might afford me a moment of cover. About 10 feet away, a massive ancient pine had been partially uprooted long ago, its gnarled root system exposed. The dirt and thick woody roots had formed a dark, protective cave against the elements. I dove toward it, dropping to my hands and knees in the snow. I wedged myself into the space beneath the largest root, pulling the shotgun close to my chest. My back pressed against the cold, frozen earth. I held perfectly still, straining my ears against the wind, forcing myself to shrink into the shadows and the earth. It was silent again save for the storm. The vast black space between the high branches and the low earth was now where the true danger lay. I looked up through an opening in the uplifted roots, seeing only the tangled darkness. I waited for a drop of slime, a tremor of a branch, or the silent, horrifying moment when that massive, hairy, glistening shape would descend. I stayed perfectly still, trying to slow the panicked rush of my breath. The silence, punctuated only by the wind, was unbearable. The creature was somewhere above, hunting for the man that had just fired the loud, disruptive weapon. And then the snow began to sift down, not from the storm but from the branches above. Chunks fell, followed by a sudden, heavy thud just yards away. It had dropped. The creature was on the ground again, but now it wasn't scrambling away, it was waddling. A fast, deliberate, low-to-the-earth movement, like a massive, glistening insect trying to appear harmless. Its bulk seemed even more immense now that it was no longer distorted by the heights, and I could hear the wet squelching sound of its many appendages on the snow. It moved slowly into the small clearing around my hiding spot. I was pressed so tightly against the frozen roots that the wood dug painfully into my spine, but I didn't dare flinch. I had already positioned the Remington. My shooting hand gripped the trigger, the barrel angled slightly up and out toward the opening of the root cave, resting against the snow-covered ground. The creature's movement was erratic, darting toward the tree line one moment and then pulling back. Why hasn't it found me? And then I realized it wasn't looking for me. Its massive, misshapen head was constantly sniffing the air, lifting and twisting with jerky movements. The air was thick with a howling blizzard and the scent of damp pine and frozen earth. The storm was masking my scent. The wind and the heavy blowing snow were scattering and nullifying my presence, covering the fresh trace of gunpowder and adrenaline. I was lucky. The storm had become my unintentional ally. After a few minutes, the sniffing paid off. The waddling ceased, and its massive, slimy, hairy form turned directly toward my root cave. It approached the gap between the thick roots, filling the dark space with its bulk. It was so close that I could feel the minute vibrations of its weight disturbing the ground. And then its head lowered. The snow cleared just long enough for me to see the details that I hadn't been able to discern in the blizzard. Its head was roughly the size of a buck or a moose skull, but hideously wrong. The bone structure was too broad, too blunt. It had no discernible eyes, just wide swaths of slick, wet flesh the color of old blood. It wasn't just fur that covered it. Its thick, dark hair was matted with the slime, forming a repulsive, heavy mane. Interspersed within this mane were a horrifying number of short, glistening, leech-like appendages that writhed slightly in the cold air, tasting and searching. And then it was inches from my face. I could smell the metallic stench of the black slime mixed with the sour, coppery odor of raw meat. I was looking into the mouth of the nightmare that had walked out of a man. One of the slick, worm-like appendages darted out, brushing against the tip of my nose. In that instant, it knew. The thing recoiled slightly, its large, blunt head drawing back, the wet flesh of its face tightening into an expression of immediate, primal recognition. The meal was found, The obstacle identified. It was about to strike. But I didn't let it. I drove the barrel of the Remington up and sideways, the muzzle nearly touching the side of its monstrous head. The blast was muffled and wet, an awful contained thunder. The buckshot tore into the creature's skull from below when the thing erupted. A horrifying geyser of black slime, wet fur, and bone fragments sprayed into the roots above me. The creature shuddered once, a massive, muscular tremor before its great weight collapsed. It didn't fall on me, thankfully, but it landed directly outside my hiding spot, its massive body completely blocking the entrance. I lowered the shotgun, the noise of the ringing in my ears louder than the wind. I was trapped beneath a mountain of steaming, reeking horror. The ringing in my ears faded slowly, replaced by the sickening sound of hot, wet matter sizzling on frozen snow. I was entombed. The creature's immense, cooling mass was pressed against the root system, sealing the entrance to my makeshift bunker. I could hear the wind now, muffled by the sheer volume of dead, hairy flesh. I lowered the shotgun slowly, my entire body shaking with a delayed, violent reaction. The smell was overwhelming now. A blast of copper, sulfur, and the sour stink of the creature's slime. The muzzle of the Remington was coated in it. I had to get out. If the blizzard kept up, I'd be trapped here beneath a rotting carcass until the spring melt. I shoved the shotgun's barrel against the creature's flank, testing the weight. No movement. It was like pushing a felled, waterlogged oak tree. I shifted my weight, reaching with my free hand, and finally found the edge of the root that had protected me. I pressed my shoulder against the dirt wall and pushed, straining. The corpse moved an inch and then sank back. I had to try a different way. I turned the shotgun around and used the thick, heavy butt of the stock to scrape away the dirt and packed snow behind me, burrowing deeper into the root system. The ground was hard and frozen, but the shotgun butt gave me just enough leverage to widen a small, cramped gap between two lateral roots. Gasping, I barely squeezed through the opening. I emerged on the far side of the massive pine away from the creature's bulk. I stood up slowly, my heartbeat pounding in my temples, and I walked back over to look at the kill. It lay motionless, its multi-limbed body contorted awkwardly on the snow. But something was wrong. Where the head had been, there was only a ruin of black fur and pulped bone. Yet a thin, milky white steam was rising from the wound. And then I noticed the blood or lack of it. It wasn't bleeding out. The dark black-red slime was only slowly oozing, congealing almost immediately in the bitter cold. The buckshot had caused massive trauma, but the creature's internal volume seemed insufficient for its size. It felt like I had shot a sack of thick fluid rather than a complex biological organism. My eyes caught something on the creature's massive flank, where the first blast of buckshot had hit it. The matted fur had been stripped clean, revealing the skin beneath. It was pale, slick, and thin, stretched tight over the enormous frame. The skin was visibly healing and slowly knitting itself back together. The gaping holes from the shot were shrinking, the raw, pink-red tissue pulling toward a center point. It was a terrifying, impossible regeneration. The steam wasn't from cooling blood. It was from a burning internal process. My breath hitched. The entire premise of this battle that a shotgun could stop it was a lie. I had maybe 10 minutes before it was functional again. I had to get back to the cabin, not just for ammunition, but for something heavier, something more final. I turned and ran like a madman, the snow swallowing my footing, the low branches whipping my face. The familiar trek back to the cabin was a blur of white and black, driven by the cold fear that the monster would simply stand up behind me. I burst through the door, slamming it shut and throwing the deadbolt, though I knew a simple piece of metal wouldn't hold that bulk for long. I raced past the bathroom and into the storage closet. I didn't grab the deer rifle. A bullet was a coin toss, but fire was a guarantee. And tucked behind the winter tires were 2 red 5-gallon jerry cans, one for the snowmobile, one for the backup generator. I grabbed the can of kerosene too. It would burn slower and hotter than gasoline, and I yanked it out. Next, I needed a wick. I dove into the kitchen, grabbed the thickest rag that I could find, a towel that I used for drying dishes, and I stuffed it into my pocket. The light was my last stop. I opened the kitchen drawer and snagged a long, thin butane lighter used for starting the pilot light. I was ready, but not fast enough. The quiet, heavy silence that I had endured for the past few months was broken up by a sound that I had only heard when cutting down trees. A slow, heavy ripping sound coming from the side of the cabin, the side where the bathroom window was. It had found its way back. The hole that it had created to exit the young man's body wasn't large enough for its current monstrous size, and it wasn't trying to climb through the window. It was tearing the wall apart. I could hear the sickening crunch of frozen pine breaking and the sound of thick wood snapping. I had to assume that it was fully healed or close enough to it. The storm, which had given me cover, now threatened to bury me inside my own cabin if I wasn't careful. I had to take the fire to the monster. I yanked the front door open, the kerosene can heavy and cold in my hand, and I plunged back out into the blizzard. The creature wasn't at the door. I rounded the corner of the cabin, the heavy kerosene sloshing, and I saw the damage. A huge section of the wall near the bathroom was ruined. Wood splintered and insulation streaming out like cotton guts. The creature was there, its massive steaming head pulled back from the shredded wall. It saw me instantly. The bluff of the blizzard had been called. I was standing in the open and it was less than 20 feet away. It began its repulsive, slow waddle toward me. Its limbs churned the snow, the black slime glistened. Its regenerating head tilted low. It was honed in on me. I dropped to a knee, pulling the heavy can close. I twisted the plastic cap off and then tore the towel from my pocket, shoving one end into the neck of the can to soak. The stench of the oil and the creature's musk mingled horribly in the cold air. The monster was 10 feet away. I didn't try to aim, I just tipped the heavy can and began to drench the path between us as I walked backwards. I emptied half the 5 gallons in a wide black arc right into the snow and across the creature's forelimbs. The kerosene didn't mix with the snow. It simply stained it, turning the white ground into a shimmering black slick. The creature didn't stop. It waddled right through the flammable pool, its greasy fur absorbing the oil. As the beast closed the distance, close enough now that I could feel the steam emanating off of it, I pulled the soaked towel out and threw the can aside, and I flicked the butane lighter. The thin blue flame fought the wind for a fraction of a second and then it held. With a final, desperate roar to myself, I lit the kerosene-soaked rag like a torch, and I threw it directly at the monster. It hit the creature's torso and the effect was instantaneous and brutal. The oil-soaked fur and the slick, saturated snow trail ignited with a violent whoosh. The flames were furious, a shocking blast of orange and red against the white snow. The creature was engulfed in a terrible screaming pillar of fire. The kerosene and the creature's own slick, greasy essence fed the flames instantly, making them burn with a blinding hot intensity. The monster shrieked, a sound of agony and pure animal terror, and began to thrash violently in the fire. It wasn't waddling anymore, it was rolling in the snow, trying to beat out the inferno. Fortunately for me, the flames stuck to its oiled coat like glue. It was a chaotic, burning silhouette against the backdrop of the swirling blizzard. The thick black smoke was lost immediately in the swirling white. I backed away. The heat of the fire was a shocking contrast to the bitter cold. I watched the creature convulse, unable to stop the burning, unable to heal what was being systematically destroyed. The smell of burning hair, oil, and something metallic sweet was nauseating. Finally, after a minute that felt like an hour, the thrashing had stopped. The creature lay still, a massive charred monument to my desperate resolve. The fire still raged, but the movement was gone. I leaned against the icy wood of the cabin, the shotgun forgotten at my feet. The flames were already starting to melt a ring of snow around the body, but the blizzard had continued to rage. The intense heat from the burning carcass was already beginning to recede, fighting a losing battle against the continuous onslaught of the blizzard. I stood for a moment, letting the sheer exhaustion wash over me, before the pragmatism and determination of the mountain man kicked in. The fire was dying, and what was left of this thing couldn't be allowed to heal or even to rot here. I grabbed the heavy kerosene can and emptied the last of its contents onto the smoldering pile, coaxing the flames back into a furious, consuming roar. I moved the equipment inside and then returned to the blazing carcass with my axe. It took a sickening 15 minutes of hacking and separating what little was left of the creature's bulk. I dragged the black, escaping chunks through the snow and tossed them back into the heart of the blaze. The air was thick with the stench of oil and the sweet, terrible smell of burning meat. I was purging the mountain of this evil. When I was done, only a patch of melted snow and a few glowing embers remained. I stood over the pyre, the axe handle cold in my numb hands, watching the last of the embers fade into the furious white. I turned, intending to head back inside, locked the doors, and faced the grim reality of the split body in the bathroom. And that's when I heard it. It wasn't the wind and it wasn't the groan of a tree. It was a faint, wet screaming wail, identical to the sound the creature had made when the buckshot had first hit it. The sound of ripping canvas and tearing metal. It came from the same direction as the first time, from the depths of the tree line, from where the young man had come. I spun around, bringing the axe up like a shield, searching the blinding, swirling storm. My mind immediately went to the rifle, the thing that I had left behind in the house in my haste. I had nothing but a bloody, snow-covered axe and a dead fire. The wail came again, closer this time, high-pitched and choked. I took a step backward, preparing to fight, when a memory finally pierced the fog of panic. The young man's vacant eyes. The young man's vacant story. I was hiking with my girlfriend, Emma. Shit. October 4th, 2023. And this will be the fourth time that I've gone north for work, and I have to admit I'm more nervous about it than I've ever been years prior. I can't shake the feeling this voyage will be significant, but perhaps that is because I intend for it to be my last. My wife Lori and I are expecting a newborn girl soon, and this money will help us have a home for our new family. For this reason, I figure I should pass along all that I've learned to anyone else that might be also thinking of spending the next 6 to 8 weeks on a boat here. Some of these tips can likely be found on a million other posts just like this one, but it's good to be reminded, and it's even better if this is your first time. Here goes. And bring appropriate socks, ones that keep your feet warm and away from moisture. Okay, I cannot stress that enough. It's gonna be freezing and you don't want frostbite on your toes. And get plenty of them too. You're gonna be on your feet the majority of the time and you're gonna need to swap them out pretty often just to stay dry. If you can, get wool. And don't dress to impress. This is a dirty job. I remember one girl came in a pantsuit and hardly lasted a day and a half. Another time a guy brought his whole wardrobe. 4 suitcases. Ridiculous, really. Once you're out there to sea for 3 weeks or more, no one's gonna give a shit what you look like. If smoking tobacco, make sure to bring your own. And don't share. It's expensive up there and you ain't there to make friends. Remember, the day and night cycle is a little different in Alaska, and it's gonna take time for you to adjust. You're gonna have sleepless nights. You're gonna see things. I know I have. You're gonna meet a lot of idiots, but focus on the reason that you're there. It's a hard job working long hours and no contact with anyone in the world except your fellow deckhands, but it's worth it in the end for that paycheck. Find a captain that isn't a pushover and isn't trying to be the next Ahab. I know beggars can't be choosers, but there are literally tons of these jobs available and they hire anyone. I had a criminal record myself, and the ship that I found a home with only asked a few basic questions, like could I withstand being on my feet for 15 hours a day? See, I told you the socks were important. And did I understand that this job was a matter of life and death? So be open and honest about any record that you have. It can go a long way to impress the companies who are basically giving you free room and board. My buddy Eddie said that he prefers doing the processing plants on land, but not me. Most of those end up eating at your pocketbook with hidden fees and wasting time waiting for work. I like to get it done and get back home. The high seas are the place for me. I expect that I'll likely earn a little over $20,000 while I'm here, so it's worth the headache. I can basically be off my main job for half the year and still make a decent living. Now, of course, these are just your basic tips, and I guess it's not really fair to only share those and not include the basic day-to-day affairs of life. Make sure you bring some Dramamine patches to help you cope with the seasickness. Be prepared to be bored for the most part. There are some days that you may catch absolutely nothing, and others where you'll think it's the mother lode. That's just the job. It's unpredictable. On average, there are over 400 boats that go up the Bering Sea this time of year, so finding one isn't that difficult. Just grab a list of names and a dartboard and you can't go wrong. October 6th. The Silver Beauty. That's the ship that I got with last year. My crew of misfits that I had to call family for 2 months. I managed to sign up with them again this year, and I'm glad to not be the greenhorn. There's 6 of us aboard the ship this time, myself included, and while most ships need about double that many men aboard, we are the exception to every rule. I sailed with them last year and I nearly lost my life. That's because of an incident that happened while I was working on the cages. We actually lost one of our deckhands, Unlucky Pete. A crane malfunctioned and smashed his leg because he had pushed me out of the way. We were over 32 miles from shore, so he bled out. I was now the one that got that moniker, told that if it hadn't been for Pete, I would be crushed entirely. We couldn't even offer the poor sap anything for the pain, so we just laid in his cot and cried in agony until he died. As I board the ship, I can still hear his moans near that wretched piece of machinery, blaming me for living. I made sure to ask for a job further from the crane this year. October 11th. We are miles away from civilization now. Only the darkness of the ocean to comfort my disquieted thoughts. In case you didn't know, just about any sailor worth his salt is a little superstitious, and Captain Reich Sullivan is definitely more that way than most. Sully decided to take us over toward the Russian border where a lot of Opelio are nestled, but he did so near the beginning of the season, and that's when the storms are really rough. Still, we all knew that if we could catch a big load here, it might mean that we could take it easy during the colder weeks. Of course, that's honestly just wishful thinking because Sully works us twice as hard to get double the pay, with double the pain along the way. And ordinarily that's okay with me, but this time something was different. It started around day 4 of the early harvest. It was my turn to cast the line and haul up the cages, and the sea just wasn't cooperating. If you've ever been out there when this sort of wave hits, then you know that one false move can crush your whole body. and that's if you're fortunate. So there I was, wearing my full rain gear alongside the greenhorn of the year named Kent, trying my best to stay standing as the boat tipped and rolled. Kent wasn't doing so well with the different shifts in the water, which made it double the work for me to watch him and to handle the line. What normally took about 15 minutes was taking longer also because of the storm. And then finally we managed to lug the cage up, only to find it wasn't just crabs that we had brought up from the water. A crash of lightning illuminated the sky behind the cage to give us a better look at it. But even in that brief moment, it was difficult to really say for sure what it was. Hank, a senior deckhand, unlatched the cage and let the crabs spill out so that we could get a better look at our discovery. It's a corpse. Kent realized once we had managed to pull it from the mesh. I shined a flashlight over it to confirm what he said, surprised to find that most of the flesh was blackened but still relatively fresh, as though the body had been mummified. "Captain on deck," Dylan, our navigator, declared as Sully came down to investigate our find. "What is that thing?" he muttered, disgusted by the sight and smell. The men mumbled different responses, no one daring to confess that we weren't sure what it was. "Whatever it is, we should toss it back overboard," Hank decided. Steven, the crane operator who was basically Sully's second in command, had another idea. "Well, hold on, Captain. Maybe this thing might be worth something. Could be a reward for the authorities," he suggested. Sullivan paused and rubbed the stubble on his chin for a moment as we all stared at the corpse, trying to decide what to do. "Hey, did anybody notice that the storm died down?" Kent asked nervously. I remember seeing that the sky was actually clear. It was extremely calm. Like suddenly, the sea had just gone quiet. "Oh, it's a bad omen," Dylan muttered. Sully made the sign of the cross. "Whatever it is, we'll take it with us back to Dutch Harbor next week. The Coast Guard can sort it out," he decided. "So, what do we do with it until then?" I remember asking. It felt weird considering that for the most part, our storage was designed for nothing besides rows and rows of sorted crab. "You can't stay in the cage. I bet they'd eat up what little is left of them," Hank remarked as he gestured toward the haul that we had brought up with the corpse. We have a few crates in the hull. Take the thing down there and store it in one. Probably just some poor soul that came out here to try and make a few bucks like us. God rest his soul," Steven decided. Sully agreed with the decision and then ordered all the men back to work except me and Dylan, and we got to be the corpse haulers. "Bring that stretcher over here," I told the greenhorn as I kept staring at the mangled body. Something about it unsettled me more than I cared to admit. And call it a sixth sense if you will, but I knew that the body couldn't possibly be from another fishing boat. It looked older, a lot more so than any of us could imagine. Dylan mirrored my fears as we moved the body over to the stretcher and he commented, "This corpse is a lot older than just a few seasons back. Look at the decay. That's like what you would see over in Egypt. It's gotta be at least 100 years old or something. How is it even still down here?" "Maybe the algae and brine made it age faster," I suggested. It was a flimsy excuse, but I didn't want to focus on it any more than I needed to. The longer that we were here with it, the more uneasy I felt. "We just need to go seal this thing up and get back to working," I told him. We made it to the hull and I found one of the crates, motioning Dylan to help me lift the corpse up into it. As we did, the whole ship tipped again and one of the bone fragments scraped against Dylan's leg. Instinctively, he cursed and dropped the corpse, the mangled remains collapsing into the box as I checked his wound. "Best get Hank to check that out once we're in calmer waters," I suggested. We finished sealing up the crate and got back on deck. I remember thinking that it seemed like the sky was more gray than usual, as though the entire ocean was an ominous warning for us about our discovery. But I tried to push the superstitions aside and focus on the work. And Dylan couldn't though. The rest of the day he seemed dizzy and sidetracked. He kept favoring his left side and sometimes wound up accidentally letting a line out when he was supposed to be towing. I knew that he was going to hear an earful from Sully when we stopped for the day. "What's gotten into you, man? I give you one simple job." Sully screamed as Dylan leaned over the edge and started to hurl. Turning the greenhorn around, I couldn't help but to notice a patch of his skin seemed to have blackened and bruised, the same area where he had been damaged by the corpse. "Jesus Christ, you okay, boy?" Sully asked. Dylan's eyes rolled back in his head and he collapsed on the deck as the next wave crashed into us. I stood frigid in terror as he shook violently as though having a seizure. I wasn't sure, but it sounded like he was saying something, although it just sounded like gibberish. Still, the entire incident left me even more tense than before. What we had brought up from the waters was evil. Hank and Steven got him below deck to help him recover as I finished up the haul with Sully as he steered us toward a calmer segment of the strait that we were in. He was adamant that we weren't leaving the area despite Dylan's injury, but by nightfall it seemed like he was changing his tune because of how bad it looked. The entire leg might need amputation," Hank said as I checked on them. Dylan's leg was green and flesh was falling off in the area where the bone had scraped him. It made me sick to even look at it, but I did mention to the captain my concern about the corpse. "That thing might have parasites or bacteria on it," I said after I explained how Dylan had gotten hurt. It was unnerving to see the greenhorn shake uncontrollably at random times, but perhaps more so when I realized that Hank seemed to have had no clue what could be ailing him. "Never seen a sickness like this in the 32 years I've been at sea," he admitted. "Nothing spreads that fast." "Oh, can you perform a brief autopsy on the corpse? Maybe get a few samples," Sully suggested. All of us were hesitant to get anywhere near the body again, but we knew better than to argue with the captain. I went with Hank to the hull, grabbing a flashlight, and he got a crowbar to open the crate as we approached it. "And this is the one, you're sure?" Hank asked, checking it. I felt my heart drop. The seal had been broken, the metallic frame of the crate ripped off, and on the inside where the corpse had just been hours ago, I saw scratches and claw marks. They were fresh. Neither of us said anything as I moved the flashlight around the room cautiously. Suddenly, I no longer felt alone. Somewhere in these shadows, I was certain that we were being watched. "Go tell the captain and get a gun," I told Hank as we slowly backed away from the crate toward the stairs. To my left, I heard something rattle. A piece of metal gently rolling across the tiles of the deck. My flashlight focused on it, and I saw what looked like little droplets of blood trailing toward the side of the boat. There was a small porthole here, and Hank and I both turned white as ghosts when we saw that the glass was broken, and something had pushed its way out of the window, leaving a mess of tattered flesh and bodily fluids behind. I went to the next porthole over and stuck my head out, looking up the side of the ship. I could just barely see indentations on the metal frame. Something had crawled its way toward the stern of our ship. And then I saw it. A dark silhouette dangling from the side of the frame, just near the crane. Carefully, I pulled my light up to see its lengthy, half-rotting body. It was larger than I had anticipated, as though once it had become reanimated, it had grown twice in size. A splash of waves hit me, causing me to drop the flashlight and cuss, and the creature turned its head toward me, revealing a ghastly, slanted face with elongated, torn ears, misshapen nostrils, and jagged teeth. The last thing that I heard as Hank pulled me back in was a shriek, like it was on the hunt.
Hank didn't even need to ask what I had seen. My trembling features told the whole story. And then a long, blackened arm reached through the porthole with a snarl, its large claw-like fingers grabbing at the older man and slamming him toward the wall. I shouted his name as I heard the reanimated corpse scream, and Hank tried desperately to get away, the monster ripping his ear off as he was continuously being pulled through the distorted metal. I grabbed the crowbar that Hank had been holding and I swung at the arm, hitting it repeatedly until at last the creature let go. Snagging him up, Hank covered his ear and tried to push away tears as we ran up the storage stairs to the open deck. I didn't turn back to see if the creature was following us, instead racing across the wet floor to where I saw Kent preparing a line and shouted, "Get inside, now!" The younger man turned to us, his eyes widening as he looked at Hank and then saw something above us. A moment later, the creature had hurled its body across the frame of the boat right on top of Kent, pushing him down and pulling his chest open like it was little more than a stuffed animal. I covered my mouth, watching as Kent begged us to help, backing away toward the mess hall. Hank and I got inside and slammed the door shut. The last thing I saw was the poor man's pleading eyes before the monster ripped them out. Steven was there still monitoring Dylan, looking confused as he saw Hank's injury and then watched me push the table over to the door to jam it shut. "What the hell? What's going on out there?" he asked. Hank sat down next to the stove, using the fire to cauterize his wound as he winced in pain, and I did my best to explain what we had just experienced. "That corpse, it isn't dead. It's like a living monster or something. It just killed Kent," I told him, trying to catch my breath. Steven gave a skeptical look, but then heard the strange, guttural noises from outside and reconsidered. "What in God's green earth is that?" he whispered as he got a look at the creature while it finished off Kent. And behind us, we heard Dylan stir and cough, hardly able to form words as he was trying to talk. I heard a single, ragged word from his parched lips. "Dragger, we have to kill it with the sea. Sink the ship if we have to," he mumbled as he tried to sit. I got a good look at his sunken features and yellowing eyes, realizing that he was almost entirely infected by the beast now. "It's inside my head, Frank. Like a termite gnawing on a log, it's skittering around in my thoughts, telling me that I need to kill you, tear your flesh apart and feast on your bones," Dylan said as I realized Steven had wisely already strapped the boy down. How long would those restraints hold was up for debate, I realized as he lurched forward and the entire thing shook. "I will infect you next, all of you. You have to kill me and destroy this ship before it gets back to port. It's the only way," he begged. I looked out the other porthole, realizing that we were in fact moving east again. "The captain made the call days ago, and he's pushing us to Dutch Harbor faster because of this mess," Steven admitted. "Where is the captain now?" Hank asked as he stood up after finishing his stitching on his ear. A little dry blood leaked down his cheek as we all heard the strange monster search for a way to reach us. "Up in the observatory. That thing will go after him next," Steven realized frantically as he moved to push the table out of the way again. "No, we can't leave. Out there we have nowhere to hide," I warned. Steven pushed me away and gave the empty deck a quick glance. "The two of you need to distract it. Topple the cages and make noise over on the starboard side. I'll make my way to the crane. With luck on our side, I can use that thing to knock the monster back to the waves," he decided. I gave Hank a look that told him I thought the plan was idiotic, but honestly, I couldn't think of anything better. All those tips and tricks I had managed to keep in my head for years felt useless against this living nightmare. On the count of 3, Steven instructed, ready to race across the deck. I don't remember those words or what happened next. I focused on my task of belting across to the crab pots. I thought of all the times I had been instructed how to properly prepare them, to make sure that none of the crabs made it out. All of that was now going out the window as I released the first and second latch, and then pushed barrels of raw meat onto the floor, anything to confuse the monster. Across the boat, I saw Steven hurrying up the crane ladder, shouting at us to make more noise as my eyes searched for any sign of the drogger. It was standing there amid the bait, almost 8 feet tall. It looked healthier now, leaner and more strong than I cared to admit, but every bit as vicious. The boat rocked as it moved toward us, and I tried to think of what to do. And get to the captain and steer us away from port. Hank ordered me, pushing me toward the observatory stairs, just as the creature made a long jump straight toward him. I didn't dare look back as I went to the captain's chambers, shouting for him to alter course. And then I saw his body, split in two against the wheel of the ship, his eyes still open in agony from what the drogger had done to him. A second later, what was left of Hank smashed against the observation glass, his innards sliding down the side of the ship, as I stared down at the seemingly unstoppable beast that stood in the center of the deck. Hank's body fell through the shattered glass, tumbling over the foghorn, which made the creature surprisingly freeze in place as if confused by the noise. I decided to hold on it further, shouting at Steven to finish the job. The loud noise made the drogger an easy target for our crane. My mind flashed back to Lucky Pete as the metallic hook slammed against the creature, flinging it up in the air and overboard. I stood there almost in a hypnotic trance for the longest, overcome with the trauma of all that had transpired. Hours later, we have sent the corpses of Kent, Hank, and Captain Sully to the watery grave. All that remains now is Dylan. We've sequestered him in the mess hall, and Steven and I are unsure if we can even get inside to risk finishing the job, because all we hear are the same strange noises the monster made. And Dylan is likely too far gone to be saved, but I will wait until daylight and then finish the job while Steven focuses on getting us home. He isn't as skilled as the captain navigating these waters, but I can't think of any other solution when we are alone out here. October 15th. I woke to the sound of something hitting the water, and I stepped out on deck to see Steven had just pushed the last of our supplies over the railing. "What is wrong with you? Are you mad?" I asked him, getting a good look at his complexion. He showed no signs of the corruption that had taken Dylan, but still clearly was losing sanity fast. "We don't know if any of this ain't cursed. Look at the sky, Frank. It's a clear day, but still as dark as the witching hour." I did as I was told, disturbed to realize that he was quite right. The sea was so calm that we couldn't even use the currents to push us, and the air was dead. All around the boat, I saw fish slowly dredging up from below. Nothing was able to stay alive as our little boat moved through the waves. "We're cursed. We must kill that thing now if we hope to even have a fighting chance," he insisted. I looked across the cage floor to the mess hall. It had been eerily quiet all night. Had the transformation finished? Was Dylan in some strange hibernation? There would only be one way to find out. I went to the nearby debris from the cages and got a splintered wooden pike, grasping it firmly as I told Steven that I would finish the job. "No matter what you do, move the boat south. If I get turned, I'll end myself before the infection has a chance to spread," I told him. I walked across the crate floor and flung the mess hall door open, half expecting Dylan to lunge at me when I did. To my surprise, he was instead sitting stiff on the cot across the way, his legs still shackled, but looking nothing like the boy that I had met days ago. His skin was now entirely a cool blackish blue, as though he had been bruised from head to toe, and sharp black veins ran from his neck to his creases around his blackish yellow eyes. His hair was a pale and crackly brown, and his teeth were like sharks,
needling outward as he looked at me with a curious ferocity. He was at least twice as large too, the clothes hardly fitting, and leaving behind a bulging, bulk nightmare of a brute. I wasn't sure the shackling would even hold him long enough for me to get across the room and stake his heart.
I can smell your fear,
the boy spoke. His voice was raspy and his breath rancid. It'll all be over soon. I can free you, I told him as I took a tentative step forward.
Strange. I was about to give you the same offer.
Let me end your suffering, Dylan. I owe you that much.
Oh, the boy you knew is gone. I am a new form, not of the living nor the dead. I walk a path meant for gods, one where suffering is not a curse but a blessing,
he hissed. He stood up, the metallic clasp on his leg buckling easily.
I could crush you like a twig where you stand, tear your flesh from starboard to port in a matter of minutes, and make sure you felt every single moment of it,
Dylan rasped. My heart beat faster as he proved his point by crossing the room in a mere second, towering over me now.
Do you know why you still live?
The drogger asked. In response, I raised the stake up and slammed it against his chest, desperate to drive it in. It didn't even make the behemoth flinch. Instead, he pulled me up like a rag doll and took the stake out, pinning me to the side of the door with it where I hung like a sinner from the crucifix.
Let me show you the wonders that I'm capable of,
Dylan told me as he stepped out toward the deck, his eyes focusing on the observatory. He raised his hands up just as I saw Stephen realize what was happening, and then the towering vampire transformed into a swarm of deadly flaming bats. Their endless shrieking swirled about toward Stephen, smashing into the glass like bullets and slicing at his flesh aimlessly. I heard him scream and beg for help, but there was no one left. It didn't stop for hours. I hung there against the hull of the Silver Beauty for a day, starving and waiting for Dylan to return and finish me off. He never did. Instead, the ship hit against rocks and I found myself at the mercy of rescue workers after 3 days, looking like a mad sailor who had lost their entire crew to the merciless ocean. When they let me down, they asked me if there were any other survivors, and I thought of Dylan. I had no idea where the drogger had disappeared to, nor why he had allowed me to live, but I told them that I knew of no one. The official report I gave claimed that a severe storm had occurred and killed the others. I had grown ill and placed myself at the mercy of the waters, hoping to join them in the depths. I was told that I would be given mandatory therapy for 2 months, and small compensation for the voyage. Not anything close to what I had been promised, but honestly, I was thankful to just be alive. I called Lori from a hotel that night, blubbering like an idiot and apologizing. Why do you keep saying that you're sorry? This isn't your fault, she kept saying. But I knew that it was different. And that beast now roamed free because of the incident on that boat. I had not acted quickly enough to kill the boy. Now all of them were dead because of me. October 17th. I received a letter telling me that a small service for the crew of the Silver Beauty would be held near the port of call where we had first left, and I left first thing at early light to pay my respects. The harbor was quite empty save for the office where I was told to wait. Inside, I saw that there were 6 coffins prepared, 1 for each of the crew. Wait, 6? I froze in place as one of the coffin lids opened and Dylan sat up and turned toward me. The others slowly did the same, revealing the undead crew members, some of whom looked like they were hardly a mangle of flesh and bones left. All of them under the thrall of their new master, who gestured toward the empty coffin on his left.
The sea waits for us, my child. We must return and tread across the dark waters to be found once more.
Dylan told me. My fingers touched the rim of the coffin as tears streamed down my face. Please, I have a wife and a child on the way, I begged.
Who else do you think I would call to cast us off?
The Draugr responded. I heard the door to the viewing room close and my heart shuddered as I saw Lori standing there drenched in fresh blood. A hole was ruptured where our unborn had once been, and I realized that the monster had targeted her first to regain full strength, to ensure my cooperation as a dark servant. Lori crossed the threshold and offered me a knife to finish the task, and I wordlessly took it, using it on my wrists as I climbed into the coffin. Do not fear, my love. This is only the beginning, she swore, her dead eyes smiling down at me. I shuddered and cried, fighting against the dark as the coffins closed shut. What came next was only the inescapable horrors of death. October 21st. A ship found my body 23 miles from Dutch Harbor. I am still shaking from the cold. They have questions about why I might attempt a funeral at sea for myself. I have promised that I will answer all of them once they gather the crew together. They are weary of trusting a man that they dredged up from the ocean, but I will show them the new path that has led me here. I will lead them to the dark depths that my master has prepared for us below. When the Department of Defense stated that one of the functions of the Space Force was to deter aggression from space, they were not talking about man-made threats from space or simple natural dangers such as asteroids. What they meant were things that were much worse. Out there in the void, there are great threats that are just lurking and waiting to stumble upon humanity. Solar 6 was the first to discover this truth. Launched as part of the then Air Force Space Command's confidential solar reconnaissance program. The purpose of the initiative was to explore the solar system for a future military application. At the time, the Russians were doing something similar, with them having sent at least 2 probes before our first could even get off the ground. Not wanting to lose the ultimate high ground, Space Commander hastily created and launched interplanetary space probes in order to catch up. And despite being developed in a rush, the probes were well equipped with a powerful array of sensors and visual monitoring equipment, with a lot of the technology used being far greater than what NASA had at the time. Able to relay large amounts of information and high-quality images of the various planets, moons, and asteroids in our system, they were supposed to find potential locations for outposts in deep space. However, what they found instead broke everything that we knew about the universe. The 6th probe launched in the program, Solar 6, was tasked with exploring Jupiter and its moons. It was supposed to be like the other missions, boring and uneventful. But upon entering the sphere of influence of the planet, it began seeing wings. Numbering in the hundreds, gigantic golden wings spanning 1,000 miles long and 100 miles wide started appearing in front of the probe. From what could be observed as the probe moved closer to Jupiter, dozens of these wings littered the planet's orbit. Receiving the video feed more than half an hour after they were taken, Solar 6's mission control quickly studied the footage and they were left baffled. Previous observations of the planet had never noted these objects before. Earth-based, Earth-orbiting telescopes and NASA Pioneer and Voyager missions never noticed them. Even the telescopic images of the planet hours before the probe's approach had no visual of them. Yet there they were right in front of the probe, circling it and almost creating a ring.
Unsure of how to proceed after the strange sighting, Mission Control quickly passed on the information up the chain of command. Eventually, the reply back to them was to continue with the probe's orbital insertion, but the objective of the reconnaissance shifted from surveying the moons to surveying the wings. However, as the probe conducted its orbital insertion burn, a new object was sighted. Like the wings, this was not seen from any observation devices on or around Earth. Even with its size, it just couldn't be spotted from our planet. Spanning 2,500 miles in diameter and locked into Jupiter's orbit was a giant sphere. Yet, despite its shape, it wasn't a previously undiscovered moon of the planet. Instead, it was another anomaly in this place. And covering the surface of the object were eyes, thousands of them in different sizes, some closed and some open. Along with these eyes were various golden stumps and golden wings, similar to those that were floating around orbit. As the probe got closer and began to orbit around the sphere, two of the stumps on the object were found to be far longer than the rest and seemed to have been composed of a different material that resembled skin. However, imagery and electronic scans were not enough to confirm what the material exactly was at the time. Despite that, from all the initial surveys and studies of the object, the scientists and researchers attached to Mission Control believed that whatever the sphere was, it was a living object. At least it had once been living. Found during the mapping of the surface were two large holes that penetrated its exterior. Closer inspection and radar mapping of these puncture points revealed the hollow interior of the object. The scientists concluded that this was the likely cause of death of this massive creature. That then left the questions of what killed it and where was the perpetrator now. In search for an answer, Solar 6 was maneuvered all over the orbit of Jupiter, trying to locate any other anomaly in the vicinity. Eventually, the probe ended up in the orbit of Callisto, where another anomaly was found. Floating there was a long limb-like object. On one end of this object was a hand with hundreds of fingers that held a sword. The sword measured 1,000 miles long and 50 miles wide. Like the previous anomalies, it was not able to be viewed from Earth. By the time the mission around Jupiter was declared over, the probe had explored the sphere, the hand and sword, as well as 20 of the wings in order to extract as much information as it could from them. And to the dismay of Mission Control though, all the surveying did little to reveal where these anomalies came from, why it was here, and how it had met its fate. However, it was at least concluded that all the anomalies found stemmed from one original anomaly, which centered around the large spherical object. Due to this, it as well as its spread of remains, was designated as Cosmic Anomaly Number 1, and marked for future explorations by future probes dedicated to its study. On the other hand, the anomaly responsible for killing Cosmic Anomaly Number 1 was designated as Cosmic Anomaly Number 2, although concrete proof of existence has yet to be found. Furthermore, the presence of such an anomaly, as well as the unknown location and state of the mysterious Cosmic Anomaly Number 2, prompted Air Force Space Command to take more actions at better monitoring and securing deep space. With the government's backing, funds were secretly provided to Air Force Space Command, to the dismay of supporters of the Strategic Defense Initiative. The government believed that threats from deep space were far more concerning than ones from Earth. In order to limit the number of personnel aware of cosmic anomalies so that secrecy could be easier maintained, the Anti-Cosmic Threat Division, or ACT Division for short, was formed by Space Command. That way, all such cosmic issues could be funneled into the division and ensure that no information about them could leak out to the public and cause mass panic. With backing and funding from the government, the ACT Division proceeded to create and launch a series of missions to further increase their monitoring abilities in deep space, fearing that Cosmic Anomaly Number 2 may emerge again and threaten human spacecraft or Earth itself.
Unmanned monitoring stations were established at our natural satellite and the natural satellites of Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Additionally, missions were also launched to Jupiter with the goal of further exploring and studying the remnants of cosmic anomaly number 1, with this being humanity's first encounter with an extraterrestrial life form. The scientists attached to the Activision were desperate to learn more about it. However, the constant travel of spacecraft from Earth and these solar system's planets resulted in encounters with new cosmic anomalies. Jupiter Picket 10 was to be the 10th monitoring post for the Jupiter observation line. It was supposed to be a fairly normal and uneventful mission, but on the 16th month of its journey, while it was still on approach to Jupiter, it encountered a strange object that suddenly manifested before it. Analysis of footage and radar readings before the encounter showed no sign of anything in the vicinity of the spacecraft at the time. Yet in the flash of a moment, an object that resembled a naval vessel appeared before it. Further examination of the object revealed to Mission Control that it looked similar to a destroyer escort from the Second World War. That alone was a strange sight. However, a careful observation of the object revealed that it wasn't just a mere destroyer somehow lost in space. On the ship's hull, dotted all over it, were various human body parts. From heads, arms, legs, and whole torsos, these parts protruded from the hull and moved frantically and erratically. These parts weren't just sticking out from the ship though. Instead, they seemed to be a part of the ship, somehow merged with the steel that it was made from. Focusing Jupiter Picket 10's camera on the various protruding heads on the hull, a majority of them could be seen with their mouths wide open. Whatever sound they could be making, however, could not be heard through the vacuum of space. From the pained expression on their faces, though, it was believed by many in Mission Control that they were screaming. One head presented a different expression to the rest, though. Located near the bridge of the destroyer escort, the head's eyes stared directly at the probe's camera, as if it knew where it was located. After gazing at the camera with a pained and sad expression, it then opened and closed its mouth slowly, as if it was trying to communicate something. Based on the interpretation of its lip movement, experts concluded that it was trying to say, "Help us." And then, just as suddenly as the object had appeared, it suddenly disappeared, leaving no trace aside from the imagery and data that our probe had recorded. One important piece of information gathered from the encounter was the name and hull number of the destroyer escort. However, when the Air Force inquired the Navy about information on the ship that bore that name and number, all the Navy stated that it had indeed been a ship commissioned with them during the Second World War. All further information about its service, though, were marked as confidential and could not be shared. The Activision would eventually label this object as Cosmic Anomaly Number 3, and it would periodically appear and be detected for brief moments of time over the years. As more probes and unmanned installations were launched and positioned across the solar system, the Activision slowly but surely got a better look of the deep space that surrounded us. This also meant the revelation of more anomalies. A few years after first encounter with Cosmic Anomaly Number 3, the Activision started losing contact with the Picket stationed on Saturn and its moons. One by one, the probes and installations there suddenly stopped transmitting. Reviewing the footage from the probes before they stopped transmitting, the Activision did their best to try to figure out what exactly had happened. It turned out to be a difficult task, though, as the available footage didn't show what could have been the cause. And due to this, it was believed that the loss of transmission could have been caused by a sudden interference in the area that prevented the probes and installation from transmitting its signals back to Earth. However, a frame from the footage caught by Saturn Station 16 told a different tale. Emplaced at the moon of Phoebe, it managed to catch sight of something that looked like a scaly tentacle heading towards it. It only appeared briefly, but it caught in it a single frame before transmission was lost. That was the evidence that proved what had happened wasn't a simple signal anomaly. At first, it was believed that this was the result of cosmic anomaly number 2, as it had been the only anomaly that had been deemed active and hostile at the time. Although this caused some fear among the members of the Activision, they were not caught unprepared. They had been preparing for years for such a scenario and soon quickly got into action activating contingency plans. The main contingency plan applied for this threat was Operation Hammer, which relied on armed autonomous probes to deal with the threat. Armed with an array of nuclear-tipped missiles, the probes, dubbed Vanguard Deep Space Strike Vehicles, were to swarm the anomaly and bombard its payload. There was no guarantee that dozens upon dozens of nuclear weapons would be enough to destroy a cosmic anomaly, but at the time it was the best weapon that the Activision had. In order for the Vanguard probes to strike their target though, they must first find it. And due to this, all the probes and installations throughout the solar system were thoroughly monitored to see if they could catch a glimpse of cosmic anomaly number 2. But aside from the loss of the ones at the Saturn observation line, no other monitoring system was lost or had caught sight of the anomaly. It seemed that the threat was limited to the Saturn area. To establish better surveillance of the threat, a series of reconnaissance probes were launched to replace the monitoring posts that were lost at Saturn, so that these probes would reach Saturn quickly and prevent the anomaly from disappearing while we were blind. They were equipped with the continuous acceleration drive. And this new propulsion system enabled spacecraft to increase its speed substantially and cut down travel time through the solar system. Yet despite this, the first of the reconnaissance probes, Eagle Eye 1, did not arrive at Saturn's sphere of influence until 13 months after its launch. Due to this, it was feared by many in the Activision that the anomaly had slipped past them during the wide interval. As it would turn out, that wasn't the case. The moment the probe got close to Saturn, a set of scaly tentacles suddenly reached out towards it. The speed of the tentacles was so fast that they were barely caught by the probe's cameras. One moment it was flying through space, and the next it was held in place and unable to maneuver away. It was just like what had happened to Saturn Station 16. This time it was different though. Instead of immediately destroying the probe, the tentacle wrapped itself around it first and held it in place. Then, to the surprise of everybody in mission control, a smaller tentacle suddenly emerged and began tapping on one of the probe's cameras. The tapping continued for a few minutes, before the tentacle began rubbing itself on the camera's lens. As it did this, a dark black red liquid was left imprinted on the lens. Eventually, it managed to write out, "Leave me alone." After that, a signal from Eagle Eye 1 was lost. Due to the passivity of the anomaly and the fact that it seemed to be fixed in its orbit, the Activision concluded that the living planet of Saturn was not cosmic anomaly number 2, but a different anomaly of its own. With its tentacles' impressive yet still limited reach, it declared impossible for it to have attacked cosmic anomaly number 1 at Jupiter. Saturn was thus labeled as cosmic anomaly number 4. Realizing that no amount of nuclear warheads would be enough to destroy a planet, Operation Hammer was canceled before the Vanguard probes could connect their trans-Saturn injection. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance probes already sent out were maneuvered to ensure that they positioned themselves in a high orbit above Saturn, thus ensured that they were just out of reach of the planet's deadly tentacles. Once in a while, the high-orbiting probes would observe the planet, attempt to grab for them, but to no avail. The first face-to-face encounter between man and the anomaly occurred during REAP missions. The missions were a part of a wider operation called Lazarus, which had the main goal of collecting the remains of cosmic anomaly number 1 in order to further study them and see what could be useful for humanity. The mission also happens to be my first assignment with the Activision after graduating from the Air Force's astronaut training program. Assigned to mission control, I was one of the astronauts that acted as Capcom for the 5-man crew aboard the manned deep space transporter heading to Jupiter. Thanks to the continuous acceleration drive, travel time for the crew to their destination only took 8 months. However, barely even 2 months into their journey, the mission encountered something strange. It began with an alert. Deep space monitoring satellites in Earth orbit and the radar aboard the spacecraft detected a dense group of unidentified objects ahead of the vehicle. Observing these objects and calculating their trajectory, it was found that they were on a perpendicular path towards the spacecraft. Knowing the dangers of flying into a field of deep space objects, the mission's FIDO suggested a quick maneuver to ensure that the spacecraft avoided intersecting with the objects. However, before I could call them up to relay this to the crew, the commander of the spacecraft sent out a transmission first.
Midway, this is Reaper 1. Came the call in my headset and the speakers around the mission control center. Are you seeing what we're seeing? I think we see someone floating in there.
Reaper 1, this is Midway, I transmitted. What do you mean by someone? Do you mean an anomaly or do you mean humans? The distance between us and the spacecraft meant that there would be a delay in the reply. As we waited though, the mission's Cronus displayed the video feed that was being received directly from Reaper 1. In it we could see footage from one of the high-powered exterior cameras being controlled by the crew, as they pointed and focused in on the unknown object cluster. Zooming in on the cluster, images of various broken and torn spacecraft modules could be seen floating in space. It then became evident that the objects being detected were from a destroyed spacecraft. A further scan of some of these modules revealed the Russian flag, giving us an identity as to where they were from. Air Force Base Command had known that Russian spacecraft were also operating in deep space, but the fact that one of them was destroyed was news to me. As the camera shifted away from the modules, it soon focused in on a different subject. Caught in the middle of the cluster was a figure of a man, naked, bloated, and completely exposed to the vacuum of space. The man floated freely among the debris. He wasn't alone though. 3 more men were seen floating freely just like him, completely unprotected and bloated. And due to their situation, it wasn't hard to understand why many in mission control quickly concluded that they were dead and had most likely been sucked out when their spacecraft was suddenly destroyed. However, continued observation pointed out that there was something wrong about them. When comparing their size with the size of the debris around them, it was soon realized that they were far larger than it. Estimates revealed that the 4 floating men were at least 50 meters in height. Yet that wasn't the only strange thing about it.
Midway, this is Reaper 1.
Came the sudden transmission from the crew as we at mission control scratched our heads and wondered what had happened to those cosmonauts.
We think they're still alive.
Sure enough, as we further studied the footage, we could see subtle movements from each of the men, as their arms and legs fidgeted and swung. Somehow, despite being completely exposed to the harshness of space, they were still alive. They weren't just alive though, they were also fully conscious and in complete pain. Reaper 1 eventually maneuvered just enough to avoid the cluster, yet still close enough to get a good look at it from its cameras. The crew and us in mission control got a better look of the cosmonauts. The image would forever be ingrained in my mind. Eyes bloated, expression contorted in pain. They were clearly suffering. Somehow, something was preventing death to end their torture. As the cluster passed by and continued on its journey, I shuddered at the thought that they would be forever stuck in a solar orbit, unable to end their pain, as they drifted in space for eternity. The Activision would label those 4 unfortunate cosmonauts, including whatever caused them to expand that large and become seemingly immortal, as Cosmic Anomaly number 5. Following a year-long assignment as a Capcom for a few more REAP missions, I eventually began training for a long-term space operations in order to join in the next phase of Operation Lazarus. When I was finally sent up a year and a half after the training, I found myself on a journey to Jupiter and my new place of deployment, Archangel Station. And built within the remains of Cosmic Anomaly Number 1, Archangel Station was the farthest manned outpost the Activision had in deep space. Created in order to easier study the remnants of the anomaly, as well as ensure that the nation had a strong presence at Jupiter. The station was thus a crucial part of Space Command. When I first arrived at the station, the majority of its infrastructure had already been completed. Beneath the surface of the once living entity, a series of layered structures were constructed, which housed the living quarters, the command center, the science bay, nuclear reactors, and various other facilities necessary for the station's mission and day-to-day needs. There was, however, a lot of activity and new construction when I had arrived at the station. As we approached the monstrous sphere orbiting Jupiter, I saw some astronauts conducting EVAs on one side of the facility, where they conducted work to attach and secure dozens of continuous acceleration drives onto the surface. Meanwhile, on a different portion of the sphere, work was being done for an extremely large docking area, with various electrical wiring, hydraulics, and strange red-colored calves being placed there by a team of astronauts. What exactly they were doing there, I wasn't sure at the time, but I made no effort trying to figure it out. After all, my mission here involves something else, and I didn't want to waste time wondering about things that I knew I wouldn't get the answers to unless the Activision deemed it necessary for me to know. After a month of getting acquainted with life in the station and assisting in various auxiliary duties, I and 44 other astronauts were transported out of the station and sent to Callisto, an orbit around the moon, to a relatively small outpost in comparison to Archangel Station. Labeled as Outpost Number 12, the modular station could house up to 100 astronauts and orbited around the moon. Meanwhile, directly below it and also orbiting Jupiter's natural satellite was the titanic anomalous sword and severed arm of Cosmic Anomaly Number 1. Our mission at Outpost Number 12 was simple: to recover the sword and bring it to Archangel Station for studying and testing. However, throughout the entire process, our stay in the station was anything but peaceful. It all began with the voices. No matter what time it was, somehow the sound of hoarse, tired, and sorrowful voices echoed from outside the walls of the station. We didn't know how it was possible, and video observation of the hall revealed nothing there, yet we could hear it. And during my first sleep cycle at Outpost 12, the voices kept on speaking words that I couldn't understand. It kept me up all through the hours that I was supposed to be sleeping, as I felt uneasy the entire time and felt as if someone was watching me because of them. Of course, senior officers at Archangel Station were aware of this situation after we had informed them of what we were hearing. The suggestion of the chief medical officers over there was for us to use sleeping pills to get through our sleeping cycles, but somehow they did little to help us, as the voices still kept us awake. By my second sleep cycle, the voices started to become clearer, as I was able to understand some of the words that they were saying. Help, Michael, flames. All the words they said seemed random, but they kept me up again nonetheless. Attempts to drown out the noise with a headset and music were met with utter failure too, as I could somehow still hear them despite those tools. By the third night, however, I somehow got acclimated to the noise and eventually got some much-needed rest. When I woke up, a lot of the other astronauts, aside from an unlucky few, had also gotten used to the voices. However, on day 7 of our stay there, things started to become stranger. I had just finished a long work cycle, having conducted hours of EVA to attach maneuvering thruster pods onto the anomalous swords. As I closed my eyes to start my sleep cycle, I heard the usual call of the voices start, but there was something different. Suddenly opening my eyes, I stared at the walls of my cabin and I listened once again.
Son, is that you?
The voice said, but this wasn't the voice of a stranger. It was the voice of my long deceased father.
Son, please talk to me.
The voice spoke again, continuing to bear my father's voice. Hearing it speak with my father's voice made me sure that I wasn't just imagining it. It was definitely his voice that I was hearing, and it sent a shiver of fear down my spine. How was it doing that? How did it know my father's voice? He had been dead for years. Sighing, I tried my best to ignore it. I had learned how to sleep with the voices for a few days by that point, so I was sure that I could do it again. And yet I couldn't. Hearing them steal my father's voice and use it to call to me specifically brought a new form of fear and uneasiness. And by the time that my sleep cycle had ended, it was clear that I wasn't the only one suffering from the new attacks that these bodiless anomalies were doing. My batch that was scheduled to sleep that night were kept awake by hearing voices of loved ones and friends calling out to them. Other astronauts who went through followed us suffered the same fate. This was bad news for us who had just gotten used to sleeping with the noise, but even worse for those who still hadn't rested at all. Eventually, Major Stewart, the commander of the outpost, had to place these people on light duty, as they were clearly not fit to do any other work. For days, the voices continued to call to us, with each person hearing different voices of people that they knew each time they tried to go to sleep. For me, I heard the voices of my father, mother, ex-girlfriends, and even old teachers call out to me. It was terrible, and I often ended up shouting back at the voices, telling them to stop. And during some sleep cycles, I was able to block out the noise and get some resemblance of sleep. But eventually, I would be rudely awakened, as the voices called out my name just to disturb me. After a few days of such a constant harassment, it began to take a toll on me and everybody on board. Work efficiency drastically dropped, yet we powered on, knowing that the sooner we accomplished our task, the sooner we would leave. And then came the incident. It happened during the end of my work shift, and due to the fatigue I gained from the recent change in the voices, I was relegated to light duties as a communications officer in the command module of the outpost. And joining me there was Lieutenant Phillips, a younger astronaut who I got to know pretty well on the way to the Jupiter observation line. Like me, he was fatigued by the recent change in the voices and was given light duties as the outpost systems officer. Unlike me though, he looked like a walking zombie, with large, dark bags under his bloodshot eyes. He was clearly in far worse shape than I was. While I only lost sleep when the voices started bearing the names of people that we knew, Phillips had barely slept at all since we were sent to the outpost. In the almost 2 weeks that we've been there, he's only had 3 sleep cycles of rest and none of them complete and continuous. And that was why he was assigned to light duties, such as keeping an eye on the outpost systems, because it would cause the least trouble if he ever slipped up from fatigue. At least, that was what we thought at the time. As I was floating by the communication system, headset on and listening to the chatter by those out on EVA, I suddenly heard someone speak inside the module. At first, I thought it was Phillips greeting Major Stewart, who was supposed to be checking up on us around that time. To my surprise though, Major Stewart wasn't there. As I turned around to check, all I saw was Phillips talking to himself. Curious, I slowly took off my headset and managed to catch a portion of what he was saying. "Yes, Major, I'll do it immediately," was what Phillips said, before floating towards the control panel that controlled the outposts, hatches, and airlocks. And before I could even ask him what he was doing, he suddenly started opening a few of switch guards before quickly flipping the switches. Suddenly, an alarm in the command module started blaring and screeching, as a screen nearby alerted that the air pressure in the crew quarters module was plummeting. Turning my head to another screen, I watched in horror as the surveillance camera pointed at airlock D displayed fellow astronauts being sucked out of their cabins and thrown into the vacuum of space. "What did you do?" I asked, as I pushed my way and quickly floated towards the control panel that Phillips was at, and began switching them back to close the hatches that he had opened. "I was just following the Major's orders," Phillips simply replied to me. I stared back at him with a confused expression. "The Major's orders?" I said in disbelief, as I gestured to the module that was empty aside from the presence of us two. "Are you out of your mind? He's not here." "No," he simply said in reply as he shook his head. "His orders were loud and clear. Open the airlocks, that's what he told me directly." "Phillips, nobody gave you those orders," I yelled back. And then a voice spoke to me. It was Major Stewart's voice. "And that's right. No one gave him those orders. He simply acted on his own." Relieved to finally have some backup, I turned around hoping to see Major Stewart there. But he wasn't. Instead, it was just the empty module. And that was strange. I swear that I heard the Major for a second. Turning back to face Phillips, I looked at him to see an empty expression on his face. It didn't yet seem that he had realized what he had done. "Oh, the fatigue has gotten to him." The Major's voice spoke again. I turned around once more, but like before, he wasn't there. This was starting to scare me as I looked around the module, hoping to see any sign of the Major. Perhaps it came from the radio, I eventually thought. Maybe I was hearing his voice echoing up from my headset. With the headset still connected to the radio on the other side of the module, it seemed strange that I managed to hear the Major's voice so clearly, but it was the only logical explanation. "You must kill him to protect the outposts." A chill ran down my spine as I heard that. I suddenly felt scared. But it wasn't because of what the Major's voice said. No, it wasn't because of that. It was because I was certain that I heard the voice from inside my head. How was that possible? "Kill him," the voice repeated, more aggressive this time. "Do it, kill him," the voice ordered, as I placed my hands on my ears. It was to no avail though, as I could still hear the voice. "Kill him," it repeated, but this time it sounded different. "Kill him and save the outposts." At that point I realized that it now sounded like my voice. It was starting to sound as if it was my own thoughts telling me what to do. "Kill him, kill him, kill him." As the voice inside my head raised, a crescendo in my head, another voice suddenly echoed out. What the hell happened here? It was the Major's voice again, but this time it sounded different. Turning around, I was thankful to see Major Stewart and two other officers floating by the entrance to the module, looking at me before turning their attention to Phillips, and then they floated towards us to understand what exactly had unfolded. In the end, Phillips was confined into the medical bay before being transported out of Outpost 12 and sent back to the station for further examination and treatment. From what I heard, the moment that he left the outpost, he seemed to have returned to his normal self, although the news that his actions had resulted in the death of 20 fellow astronauts seemed to have scared him. Following the incident, those of us who stayed for a few more days to finish attaching a few more thruster pods on the Titan sword before we too were ordered out of Outpost number 12. The moment that we got out of there was one of the happiest moments in my life, and I suddenly felt free from the constant voices. My first sleep cycle at Archangel Station after our return was the best sleep that I had my entire life, and due to the harassing voices, which was eventually labeled as Cosmic Anomaly number 6, deployment to Outpost number 12 was limited to a week. This resulted in the constant shifting of personnel and slow progress on the retrieval of the Titan sword, but I didn't care. I was glad that I was out of the outpost and lucky that I didn't get assigned there again.
The rest of my stay in Archangel Station revolved around helping with the rather large docking port. Every work cycle that I spent there, I wondered why such a large docking port was needed. Eventually, though, I got my answer. A large arm was one day sent to the station, and it looked both grotesque and intriguing. Looking nearly too close to a human arm, it was extremely bloated and red. Covering it were various mechanical and electronic parts that were stabbed into the skin of the arm. Us junior officers were not exactly sure where the arm came from, but some of us had our theories. It was a common topic at the mess hall, and I remember the favorite theory involved experimentations with cosmic anomaly number 5. By the time that I left Archangel Station, the hand had been fully attached to the docking port built for it. Also completed was the recovery of the sword in orbit of Callisto. As the spacecraft I was on began its journey back to Earth, I couldn't help but stare at the small viewing port and look at the titanic sword floating next to the station and close to the large swollen hand now on it. Now I can't help but think about that again. I am set to return back to the station soon, and a lot has changed since I was last there. The station has had a lot of additions placed on and in it, and in its mission has changed from a simple research and symbolic station to one that was crucial to the defense of the solar system. Meanwhile, I had risen through the ranks to become a lieutenant colonel in the Act Division, which was now part of the Space Force. With the creation of this new branch, more funding and resources were provided to us to protect Earth and maintain the secret of cosmic threats away from the public. Yet now I've decided to post this before I leave and break the very secret that we have worked hard to protect. It is important that I do this now before I leave, because I fear that I won't have another opportunity to do so, and I doubt that the government will dare say a thing if we fail in our mission. We have found cosmic anomaly number 2, and it has its eyes on Earth. Our only hope of stopping it is using the carcass of an anomaly it had defeated before. The year was 2001. The transmission came in perfect English and garbled not by mispronunciation but static. A man's voice implored our agency, and in fact all space agencies, to send their best and brightest up into space. They implored us to travel out and meet them at the farthest reach of the farthest galaxy known to us. And the message came along with coordinates, setting the messenger's location at the edge of the known universe. It seemed by any stretch of the sane imagination to be a hoax, but our best minds and our finest technology returned the same results time and time again. The message was indeed transmitted to our station from deep space. It was not an Earth-originating communication. Looking back now, I realized NASA's brightest minds were not conducting countless tests for the sake of verifying the transmission's authenticity, but because they were hoping that it would be proven inauthentic. We were terrified, and that was the plain and simple truth of it. I was not but a lowly engineer, privy only to the barest information pertaining to the transmission, and I was terrified too. The thought of a transmission spoken in fluent and perfectly enunciated English, as if from a human rather than an alien tongue, it filled my gut with dread. In science fiction, such a notion was exciting, but the reality of this transmission was quite the opposite. It raised questions. In a list seemingly unending as scientists and politicians and various global experts in various fields all lent their minds to the task at hand. There was no doubt that we were going to answer the call, of course, and investigate the coordinates given to us.
But would we send out a team of humans, as our mysterious messenger had requested? We knew nothing about the intentions of the individual or the collective behind the message. Their message had been left vague and intentionally so, which rang alarms for many. Dr. Leslie Prescott headed what came to be known as the Apollo 98 project, which would send a moderately large team of scientists on one of humanity's most cutting-edge vessels out to the given coordinates in order to meet with the messenger. Those individuals would have to be volunteers, given no assurances could be made about the safety of the contact with this messenger, but they would be hailed as heroes in this monumental new chapter in humanity's history: contact with an extraterrestrial intelligence. I signed up for the mission. What did I have to tie me to Earth as a young man of 21 years old, orphaned in his youth and with no girlfriend, real friends, or living relatives? This was my chance to be remembered. Otherwise, I would have died alone a few decades down the line, my name dying in a flash. It was a morbid reason to sign up for the mission, but Dr. Prescott's propaganda had worked a charm on me. I wanted to be part of humanity's legacy. I wanted to be remembered. And being one of the 57 crew members of the Apollo 98 vessel, I would be remembered forever, and by far more people than would have ever remembered me if I would stayed on Earth, slaving away in a mid-level engineering role at NASA. Alongside training us for the mission, NASA began constructing its ship, working with an independent contractor known as Dozen Minus, which for decades had been developing technologies, if for not centuries, ahead of modern science. I aided those engineers in the construction of this gargantuan vessel, using technology beyond any public conceptions of what was feasible with 21st century science. But then that was the benefit of working alongside Dozen Minus, this unofficial and classified agency knowledgeable and practiced in going beyond the beyond, as they like to say. I actually became rather close to Dr. Prescott and many of the other engineers over the coming years. By 2011, 10 years deep into the mission, I started to question whether I wanted to go on the mission at all. I had people that I cared about, but then the majority of those people were planning on launching themselves into space, far from Earth, so I stuck the course. I felt that I had no other choice. My name was on the Apollo 98 list. It would have reflected poorly on me to pull out at that late stage. I wasn't some nobody anymore. I was Michael Thompson, a senior engineer, preparing for the scheduled 2014 voyage to outermost space of our feebly earthly knowledge on a vessel known as Apollo 98. Yet despite my involvement in the project, I felt that I knew far too little about its inner workings. That was, at least in some part, the source of my growing unease about partaking. I had worked on significant parts of the engineering, yet I knew next to nothing of the engines being developed for the Apollo 98 craft, and I often scoffed in disbelief at the claims of the seemingly fictional speed of travel that the 98 was supposed to achieve. It was to be driven by engines akin to warp drives, traveling at a speed achievable only in literature and films, but they were telling me that it was real, all possible, and I would see for myself in 3 years. But that wasn't the only source of anxiety. It was the irrational source of anxiety, I suppose. Much like the general unknown after all, we still knew nothing of the intentions of our messenger, and they had never sent another transmission. And that was enough to fill one with deep fear. But the churn in my stomach came from elsewhere. It came from a less rational source, or so I told myself. I felt as we spent the next few years working and preparing for the mission that we were missing something. In truth, I felt watched, and that was an absurdity that I didn't share with my colleagues. That was the fear based in no grounded reason nor rationality. It wasn't a sense of being observed keenly by NASA superiors from concealed cameras, but by the sort of make-believe ghost or monster of a children's story. My fear felt as make-believe as the warp drives powering the Apollo 98. And did I believe perhaps in little green men watching me from the shadows? The thought made me chuckle. Whenever I managed for a fleeting moment to settle my gut and convince myself that it was all in my head. But the inexplicable terror always returned. Maybe there was an otherworldly being watching me. The rumors were that aliens had contacted us in the first place. Who or what else could it have been, speaking to us in perfect English via that transmission? Whatever the answer, it was something alien, in the sense that the messenger had spoken to us from somewhere light years away from Earth. But I came to realize, as the months ran down towards the launch date in August of 2014, that my idea of little green men was a comforting fantasy that I told myself. It was something ludicrous to give myself a good chortle, and help perhaps to allay my growing terror, because the truth of it was that I knew somewhere deep within that whisked-up belly of mine that I was being watched by something far worse and far more of a threat than the humorous extraterrestrials of fictional media. It was a few weeks before launch that the feeling became more concrete. I woke at the dead of night in a sweat, staring in the dark of my bunk bed in the Apollo 98 vessel. We had been working and living in the craft, preparing for its launch, and that haunting sensation of some other presence had only worsened during that time. But this particular night was the beginning of a new chapter, in which I realized I wasn't insane after all. There were thoughts in my head that weren't my own. Intrusive thoughts, I was told by a psychiatrist that I saw in the morning. So I did my research on what those were. I had heard about them before, and reading about that confirmed roughly what I thought them to be. My chest tightened. These didn't feel like those. For one, it seemed strange for a man at 34 years of age to suddenly develop a mental health issue that typically starts in people in their early formative years. I had never had an intrusive thought before. For another thing, these thoughts did not feel strange in the sense that they were random or illogical, or even anxiety-inducing in and of themselves. What made them anxiety-inducing was rather that they were entirely rational, laid out, and perhaps even ordinary thoughts. They seemed indistinguishable from my own, yet they did not originate from me. These were thoughts about what I might eat for dinner, or what a person named Carol might have told me that day. I didn't know a Carol. And then there was black spots. When those thoughts had drifted into more nervous territory, they became masked from me. A swirl of nothingness filled their spot. I spent days battling these thoughts and telling no one but my doctor. I believed myself to be the only one, but then, 6 days before the launch of Apollo 98, one of the biochemists had committed suicide. Dr. Angela White. She was more of an acquaintance than a close friend, but I knew her well enough to be grief-stricken by the news. The team was thrown in disarray, and NASA scrambled to find somebody to fill his place, while the rest of us mourned this woman that we had come to know so well over the past 13 years. And as if that grief weren't enough to set me closer and closer to the edge of a breakdown, in those final days leading up to the Apollo 98 launch, there was also the video that Angela released to us all before taking her life. In it, she talked of losing her mind over those recent weeks. She talked of strange thoughts that didn't come from her. They filled her mind at night. Sometimes they were dark and foggy, and all I felt dripping through that black haze was fear. The words rang the loudest for me. Her experience, it mirrored my own. Her thoughts sounded just like mine in terms of their alien nature. They were intrusive, but not in the way that psychiatrists could understand. Or at least, Dr. Leslie Prescott announced that it made no sense to diagnose Dr. Angela White with schizophrenia or some other health condition. It was just a tragedy, he assured us. But later that evening, I realized why. Angela and I were not the only NASA workers on the Apollo 98 project to have experienced these sudden, inexplicable thoughts. In the cafeteria, several of us opened up to one another. Doctors, engineers, and pilots. It was Grantley Smith, an engineering friend of mine, who had kicked things off, bursting into tears. "Angela wasn't the only one," he said. "I've been hearing thoughts in my head at night. They sound so close to mine, but they're not mine. I mean, mostly they sound like mine, because they're the thoughts of a scared man. I think that we can all relate to that, can't we? We're all terrified of going on this mission, aren't we?" "Yes," was all that I managed to choke out. "Sure," agreed Dr. Helen Andrews. "But what are we going to do? We know classified information. If we drop out now, I doubt that we'll be able to live comfortable lives without NASA or Dozen Minus, or the American government constantly keeping tabs on us." "Well, then we stick the course," Grantley said. He offered me a smile, noting perhaps that I had turned quite a colorless shade. I didn't need to look in the mirror to know that much. At the very least, as those last few days on Earth had rushed by, I tried to cling desperately to the sense of camaraderie developing aboard the Apollo 98. I wasn't alone, I reminded myself. I had made friends over this past decade, and there was solidarity among us now that we had shared our experiences. There was division in terms of those who had experienced these intrusive thoughts and who hadn't, however. Dr. Prescott, who had experienced similar, held a meeting to discuss it. 32 of the 57 Apollo 98 team members raised hands to say that they had experienced these strange thoughts, and with that, I understood why he had dismissed claims of Dr. Angela White losing her mind, or at least not through conventional means. He knew she was not alone in this. What were the odds of 32 out of 57 people in the same workplace simultaneously developing schizophrenia within the period of a few months or even weeks? We were all minds of science and minds of logic. We knew that something more than mental illness in an earthly sense was to blame for this phenomenon. And 2 days before launch, folks started talking about leaving, and then talk had turned into action. 6 workers abandoned the project. I was mustering up the courage to join them, though my talk with friends the other day about the classified information that we knew had frightened me into staying. As it turned out, there was more to fear than the powers of authority on Earth. All 6 workers returned the very next morning, with only 1 day to spare before the launch, which relieved Dr. Prescott, who hadn't been able to fill their spots aboard the vessel with so little time to spare. We were all thankful to see them back, I think, until they explained why they had returned. The 6 of them talked among themselves in the cafeteria that morning, and one of them, Dr. Kieran Henley, volunteered himself to explain. "The thoughts became noisier," he said. Dr. Prescott folded his arms but said nothing, giving Dr. Henley room to continue, so the physicist gulped and continued. "All 6 of us experienced the same thing. I went home finally feeling free of this place, and I really thought the thoughts had stopped. But then came the screaming. Inside of our heads," said Dr. Sarah Langley, tapping her temple. "It wouldn't stop, just screaming and crying, pleading. A voice was pleading with me to return to the mission." And Dr. Prescott's eyes widened. "The voice spoke directly to you." She nodded. That was a horrifying new development. We all had suspected that the voices belonged to the collective of the messenger, but this confirmed it. They were in our minds. And as much as I'm sure we all considered trying our luck, going home to wait out the screaming and pleading, we all stayed aboard the Apollo 98. I came close to leaving. I played it out in my mind. I would drive home, go to bed, and deal with the screaming, and hope for the originator of the voice to eventually give up and leave us alone. But if these beings had such power, would they really stop there? I doubted it. On August 20th of 2024, the Apollo 98 launched, despite our team's fears.
It seemed worse to disobey our mysterious messengers from the stars and risk some form of retribution down on Earth than to simply venture out and see what they had wanted. We were no match for the beings that could slip into our minds, and that much was certain. It was a 5-year journey, even with dozen Minus's advanced engines powering our interstellar craft. 5 years of living and working in a large metal comprising of intersecting tunnels and residences and working stations. It was a metal village. We had our roles to keep ourselves busy, and we socialized as we might if we were living in a real village back on Earth. But even discounting the voices that plagued the heads of half the workforce, there was a growing tension in the air with the passing months and then the years. Man was not built to withstand life caged in such confines, lost to that colorless vacuum of space. Tensions flared even among those who did not hear the voices, and often they directed their ire at us. I don't begrudge them. They were as frightened as us. Perhaps they were more frightened because they couldn't hear what we could hear. At least we had some connection to our messengers out there in deep space, as hazy as tenuous as that connection might be. As the years went by, the thoughts that I heard from my own individual voice became increasingly anxious and increasingly discreet, concealing its thoughts by muddying them behind a blackness. I became convinced that this was intentional. It felt practiced. Many of the alien's thoughts became off-limits, and what little remained of his headspace was a whirring cacophony of jumbled ideas. The fear of these voices allayed some of the Apollo 98 team members. It makes them seem weak and vulnerable like us, Grantley pointed out to me one evening in the cafeteria. When I hear glimpses of my voice's worries and concerns about whether the meeting with us will go well, it reminds me that these are not gods. They're mortals like us, and they're scared. I don't know, I said. I think scared people are the most dangerous. He raised a brow. People. Most folks still called them aliens, but there had been a growing consensus among many that these were people in one form or another, and so I nodded my head. People, I reiterated. Don't you feel it too? And Grantley shrugged. Now my heart does, but my head says it makes no sense. The messengers being people as in fellow humans makes no sense. What would they be doing out there in the stars, so many light years from not only Earth or the solar system, but even the Milky Way? It's impossible. And if you had asked me 2 decades ago whether it was possible for a craft to be jettisoned into space by engines this powerful, capable of this speed, I would have called that impossible too. I tapped my head. And let's not even talk about the impossibility of these voices in our heads. I think you need to change your conception of what these messengers are capable of doing, and what surprises the universe is capable of hurling at us. And Grantley sighed. I hate it when you do that, Michael. What? Come up with an answer for everything. It's always the most horrible possible explanation, too. I laughed. Sorry. And Grantley didn't laugh, however, and the nearer that we came to the coordinates, the more that became the norm across Apollo 98. Even those without voices in their heads seemed to have less and less to laugh about. Folks in the cafeteria grew lethargic. For that matter, they weren't even putting in the effort to debating with one another about the nature of the messengers anymore. It was easier to keep our trap shut, like Grantley had said. Sometimes answers to questions were more horrible than the unknown. It was better to hope for some simple and soothing explanation to the nature of our extraterrestrial summoners, though none of us could think of one, hence why we had stopped trying to answer our questions about them. Besides, we knew that we would learn the truth soon enough. And when the new year of 2024 had arrived, a somber atmosphere had filled the cafeteria. And gone was that fleeting evening of frivolity and relaxation that we had known from New Year's celebrations of the prior 5 years.
Now all we could think about was the relatively little time left on the clock. The countdown on the wall screen told us that we had 8 days and 12 hours until we would reach the coordinates given to us by our mysterious messenger, nearly 20 years earlier. Dr. Prescott gave us a speech that evening, perhaps hoping that liquor and fatigue would have lulled us into a dull and malleable state. I don't think that he had to worry about heated moments anymore. As I said, we had lost the will to argue with one another. But I sensed as that wizened old man hushed us from the floor of the cafeteria that he was on the verge of saying something which might rattle us all again. There is a pained expression on his creased face. "We are nearing our destination, which none of you need me to say," the old man announced. "In a little over a week, we will have arrived at the coordinates given to us by our messenger. But the reason I wish to make a speech this evening is that we have just received data back from our advanced transmission technology, fired ahead of the vessel to scan the environment before we reach the designated coordinates." Faces perked up across the room. Alcohol-hazed eyes sobered up a little, and some folks put down their drinks to pay closer attention to the old man. They didn't want a drink to addle their senses. "An anomaly," Dr. Prescott said. "That is what the data shows. An absence of matter, a rip in the very fabric of reality. Not a black hole, else we would be facing a risk of being pulled in and turned to debris. No, it's like nothing that we've ever seen." "What do you mean by that?" A scientist called out as voices in the room started to murmur, and fear clouded the air in a thick fog. "I have a hypothesis," said Prescott. "Oh, here we go," mumbled an engineer nearby. Another one of his crackpot ideas. "He's been losing the plot this past year," another engineer agreed. "Another universe," Prescott said. "A parallel reality." Over those following days, some mocked Dr. Prescott for his baseless hypothesis, and others chattered fearfully about the possibility of it being true. I focused mainly on that voice in my head. It was loudening day by day. I kept waking in the middle of the night assured that something was watching me, much as I had been back on Earth. But the feeling was worsening, and as black and muddy as those thoughts in my head were, they were impossibly louder and more vivid than ever. My skin itched. I thought of Prescott's hypothesis. I thought of our messenger and his people who were perhaps crawling into our reality from another dimension, watching us from the shadows of our ship already. Was that possible? Was any of this possible? I was becoming untethered from reality. I felt already as if I had slipped into some state of psychosis. Strange words and ideas were entering my mind, cutting occasionally through the murkiness of the voice that tried so fervently to block me from his thoughts. Nanomachines. That word kept playing over and over in my mind on a loop. My heart fluttered. I could feel the fear in this voice as he thought or spoke that word to himself. And why was I so certain that it was a he anyway? For months I had thought the voice to simply be my own, parroting ideas from the messenger. But now I was convinced that I was hearing the alien, clear as day in my brain. It was a he, and he was scared of this one word. Nanomachines. That was a human concept. Perhaps it was one of mostly science fiction, but it was a human concept. I thought of the conversation Grantley and I had not so long earlier. The messengers were human, and I was sure of it. I was so sure of it, in fact, that I wasn't filled with shock by what had followed. Arrival day came. The Apollo 98 slowed its flight and rolled to a stop at the coordinates given, and we all crowded around the viewpoints throughout the vessel. We expected to see some grand cosmic horror in the depths of space, staring back at us, but we were greeted only by blackness. We were greeted, in fact, by a lack of stars, a lack of anything. That terrified me more than a large serrated tear in the fabric of reality, as Prescott had called it. And after hours of waiting and wondering whether we were supposed to do something to announce our arrival to the messenger, there came a shape that slipped out of the darkness. A white shape wormed its way into the space before our ship, as if birthed by the universe itself. "It's a ship," somebody nearby whispered. And there appeared from a hole like a sliver in reality, a gargantuan vessel that was hauntingly familiar. From the stunned gasps and whispers that filled the hallway, I knew that everybody shared my disbelief. They shared my eagerness to dismiss this impossibility with some rational explanation, as much as we had spent months doing already. But there was no denying the pristine white text printed on the side of this vessel. Apollo 98. This was a carbon copy of our ship. "It's us," Dr. Prescott croaked. "Dear God, it's us, don't you see? It all makes sense now. A parallel reality. Parallel versions of us." And it did make sense. It made sense to me at least. I wondered whether I had been woefully refusing to accept the plain truth staring me in the face those many months. Of course, we had all been hearing alternate selves in our heads. Maybe those alternate selves had been watching us. Maybe their thoughts and ours were intermingling, as two alternate selves should not exist in such proximity. Maybe that explained the black fog, though I was convinced still that something was afoot. These other selves were hiding something from us. People aboard the ship argued about the absurdity of it all as the parallel Apollo 98 crawled closer to ours. And as it did, I noticed some slight differences in the craftsmanship of the vessel. It did look slightly larger than ours, and the various hull compartments seemed walled perhaps in marginally different ways. There were more of those disputing voices, of course. The 20-odd crew members who had experienced none of these intrusive thoughts, and thought the rest of us were out of our minds and let their feelings be known. But these were scientists, engineers, and doctors, intelligent people. They knew, I think, that something inexplicable was coming for us, and it had perhaps always known that, as there was no explaining the vast majority of their crew losing their minds in unison. I saw the panic in their eyes, the same as it lingered in all of our eyes. Dr. Prescott was right. Aboard this near-identical Apollo 98 would be near-identical copies of us, I was sure. There would be another me, Michael Thompson, a man who worried excessively about nanomachines, and a woman named Carol, a man so like me yet entirely unique for me. Why did this thought terrify me so? It was a nightmare, I supposed, but there was more to it than that. It was the other Michael's fear. That was what frightened me. Floating in my mind was the question of why these alternate selves had called to us in the first place. But this seemed a foolish question in a way. Why wouldn't they call to us? If we had found this rip between realities first, we would have done the same. We would have called out to our alternate selves. There was a division aboard the ship. People either agreed or disagreed with Dr. Prescott's hypothesis, proving that seeing something with one's eyes is not always sufficient for belief. The Apollo 98 on the side of the vessel was not, for all the crew members, sufficient evidence that we were seeing a copy of our own ship. And in the same way, the voices in our heads, so like our own but not quite the same, were also not evidence of alternate selves aboard. A definite answer came when a video transmission appeared on the control room screen, and Dr. Prescott invited us all in to see the other Apollo 98, which was messaging us. He laughed jubilantly at the sight of his own face on the screen. An alternate Dr. Prescott laughed back, and several folks in the control room pointed and gasped as they saw their alternate selves looking back at them on the transmitted live feed from the other Apollo 98. We agreed to meet one another. Our two Apollo 98s joined via link bridges connecting the two airlocks, and across the parallel selves it came to our vessel. They had 68 crew members to our 57, and 32 of their crew members were identical to ours. It all lined up. We had been hearing our alternate selves in our heads, just as Prescott hypothesized, and my face paled as I saw a man of a medium build with brunette locks and a little stubble, who mostly looked to be an exact replica of me. "Hello," he mumbled nervously. My ears rang and my skull vibrated. Here we were, facing each other in reality at long last, and his voice was still there in my head, but it was also pouring out of his real-life lips. And as if he were thinking the same, he said, "It's strange to put a face to the voice." My eyes widened, of course. "You heard my thoughts too." He nodded, but he kept his eyes low, struggling to meet my gaze. The air of guilt to him was impossible to set aside. He seemed meek and sheepish, and that was how I would differentiate us. I asked him about Carol. They were lovers, apparently. "It seems you've had a more fruitful life than mine," I said. And the sheepish look deepened. Was it all too much for him? I understood that, but I was handling it all with a sense of far more curiosity and excitement. He was different from me, I told myself, an alternate self. We weren't exactly the same person, yet I had spent so many months with his thoughts in my mind, just as he had felt mine, so I knew that we were one and the same. I had always known it, I think. We had just lived different lives. We had traversed different timelines. I kept thinking about the black thoughts. "Were you hiding parts of yourself from me?" I asked. He scratched his wrist, and then his eyes became sharp and cautionary, and he looked over his shoulder at his Dr. Prescott and raised a trembling finger to his lips. "Don't," he said. "Don't talk about that." I noticed similar uncomfortable conversations taking place between others who seemed at odds with their alternate selves. Maybe they had all asked similar questions. Why the black fog and why the hidden thoughts? Why the fear lurking in their heads? "Nanomachines," I blurted out. Other Michael's eyes widened and he trembled, scratching his wrist again. There was a silver band wrapped around it. I had noted similar on others from the alternate Apollo 98 vessel. "What is that?" I asked, pointing at it. "And why do you keep scratching at it?" "Nothing." But his voice betrayed him in my mind. Protection, he thought. An instinct came over me, an urge to get that wristband off him by any means necessary. I had noted that this alternate version of me had a slighter build. He hadn't been eating as well, perhaps, as there was a gauntness to his face that was only perceptible up close. I was stronger than him. I could best him physically. I took hold of his wrist and felt quickly for the clasp. "Don't," he whispered. But he was like me, the type to freeze up when afraid rather than fighting. I had been counting on that. I unclasped the band and attached it to my wrist, and the other Michael swung a hand at me trying to take it back. But I pulled it away, stepping backwards into a table. "What is it?" I said, eyeing the band on my wrist. "What do you mean by protection?" Other Michael went pale. "You weren't supposed to hear that. Oh God, oh God." And then it started. The coughing, the heavy breathing, the clawing at his skin, but worst of all, it wasn't just other Michael. I looked around the cafeteria and saw that my fellow crew members were all doing the same. I put my hands to my head as his pain became my own. His dying thoughts flooded my brain, and I shrieked in terror as I secondhand experienced death itself. There were no tangible conscious thoughts on which to grasp. There were no words or clear ideas. There was only internal screaming, transmitted from his brain to mine, as we were tethered together in death as much as life. And I saw the other parallel selves in the room scream and clutch their temples in much the same way as me, feeling the pain of the alternate selves they were butchering with their micro machines. It was just in a sense that they should feel the agonizing torture that they had inflicted upon their other versions. To watch steel flay flesh alive in such minuscule pieces was a horror that I can't put into words, but I felt it as I watched other Michael perish. But there was no justice in experiencing his death. It wasn't like the others. I didn't ask for this. I was only pretending to be one of them. Other Michael's skin peeled away, revealing a red underlayer, and then bone, and then nothing. Nanomachines. I watched as the room filled with screaming people, clawing at their own bodies as tiny machines, unseen by the naked eye, tore them to shreds. "Thank you for this universe. Our own was dying," said Other Prescott as the Dr. Prescott that I knew started to disintegrate before him. "We will fill your places nicely, and those of you without alternate counterparts, well, you'll just have to be unfortunate casualties of a 5-year interstellar journey, I'm afraid." I didn't understand. I mean, how could I understand? I would have to ask somebody what it all meant. I would have to ask why these parallel selves had come from another reality to so violently and terrifyingly replace us by shredding us down to nothing with tiny machines. But I couldn't do that, because that would have given me away. I was supposed to be the other Michael. I was supposed to know what was going on. And so I blended in as best as I could. I kept to myself, avoiding Carol and any other friends of other Michael who would sense that I wasn't the same. I used his stolen thoughts to cover my tracks. I feigned a moral dilemma. It seemed my alternate self had been having doubts about the horrible nature of the mission, despite his own universe dying and his people needing this replacement one. And I think they bought it. I think they had seen other Michael deteriorating mentally in the months leading up to the Apollo 98's arrival. It worked well then that I was in the midst of a psychological breakdown of my own. "I won't tell a soul," I promised the onboard psychiatrist every time that he brought me in for a little chat. "I'm just struggling with—" "Well, don't," interjected the doctor. "Don't struggle, Mr. Thompson. This only works if we all wear our biggest smiles and convince the people of this reality that we're the same Apollo 98 crew members who left on the mission 5 years ago. Okay? Okay." 5 years. I spent another 5 years quietly keeping my head down and watching these technologically advanced others go about their lives and working patterns on Apollo 98, as if they hadn't just massacred their parallel selves to earn their places in this new reality. And as we neared Earth, I just had to hope their designs were purely those of survival. I had to hope they didn't have anything else in store for the humanity of our universe. I still have to hope that. When we arrive home this year,